Chapter 1882, I've hit you but so what? I am. Ling Han smiled slightly. A little lazily the alchemy apprentice said, My lord would like to see you. And who is your lord? Ling Han asked. He did not recognize this alchemy apprentice. That alchemy apprentice showed an expression of pride and declared, You don't even know my lord, and you could actually still become an alchemist. Ling Han couldn't help but feel angered. Whether I can become an alchemist or not is something that can be decided with a single word of nonsense from you. Just who do you think you are? He crossed his hands behind him and said, Hey, indeed, I do not know who your lord is. Furthermore, just who do you think you are that you can talk to me in this manner? In terms of martial strength, he could practically crush all other severing mundane tiers, and in terms of alchemy he was already a one-star alchemist. As for this alchemy apprentice? His martial strength was the third severance, and he was only a mere alchemy apprentice. At most, he could only be a high-grade trainee, and he thought he had the right to be arrogant in front of Ling Han. Fuck off. The alchemy apprentice couldn't help but tremble in fury. Pointing at Ling Han, he exclaimed, How dare you actually dare to insult me? Can't I? You are nothing in the first place and you dare strut around in front of me. Ling Han said carelessly. Let me ask you this, what right do you have to be my equal? The alchemy apprentice was rendered speechless. The fact he could be so arrogant was naturally because of alchemist Zi Qing, and he himself, well, he could not be said to be worth nothing, but at least there was really nothing too awesome about him either. It was primarily because he was used to being arrogant. After he had become alchemist Zi Cheng's personal alchemy apprentice, who would not be polite towards him wherever he went. Even when Immortal Palace tier elites saw him, they would cordially call him Little Mo. Alchemists naturally were no exception. Alchemist Zi Cheng was one of the only 3 4-star alchemists of Alchemy City. Thus, even when 3-star alchemists saw him, they would also be very polite, and would always have something to ask of him. For example, if they wanted to see alchemist Zi Cheng, they would need him to make a report. But now, a mere newly promoted 1-star alchemist at the 4th severance actually dared insult him straight to his face. This, are you planning to rebel? Ling Han, you have gone too far, the alchemy apprentice exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. If you offend me, you will not be able to move a single step in Alchemy City. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads. This alchemy apprentice had the surname of Mo, and was usually addressed as Alchemist Moven. If he was actually not an alchemist, everyone would still give him some face. As the trusted aide of alchemist Zi Cheng, this alchemy apprentice Mo possessed very strong authority, and practically no one dared to offend him. Even for those like Lu Xianming, they would be very polite in front of this person. This brat was really a hot-tempered youngster. Why were you squabbling with alchemy apprentice Mo? If he said a few derogatory words about you in front of alchemist Zi Cheng, you would be in a lot of trouble. Okan's anger finally dissipated somewhat. That was because he was not the only person Ling Han had driven to exploding in fury. Just see, even he did not wish to offend alchemy apprentice Mo, but Ling Han actually confronted him directly without a single bit of hesitation. Though he still hated Ling Han, he could not help but admit that he was impressed. Ling Han scoffed and declared, You are but a lackey. What are you calling out for? Don't forget, everything that is yours is bestowed by another. Since he could bestow, he naturally could also withdraw. You think you are qualified? Alchemy apprentice Mo exclaimed sharply. He had never been treated with such contempt before. He was determined to make Ling Han bow his head in front of him. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I will not lower myself to the level of trash. Step aside, don't block the way. Seeing Ling Han was about to leave, alchemy apprentice Mo hurriedly jumped out, raised his arm to stop his advance and exclaimed, You can't leave. What is it? Want to come to blows with me? Ling Han asked smilingly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the first place, alchemy apprentice Mo treated everything as below his notice. Furthermore, he was walking the path of alchemy, so he naturally did not know much about Ling Han's situation. In his eyes, while he himself was only a 3rd severance because he was not that skilled in alchemy, he had placed more of his concentration on martial arts. Thus he, a 3rd severance, would not lose to a 4th severance alchemist. Pooh, a considerable number of people spluttered out in laughter. Really, one who was ignorant had nothing to fear. This was quite interesting. They heard that Ling Han was going to take the alchemist test, and were incredibly stunned. On the other hand, alchemy apprentice Mo thought that Ling Han was only a prodigy of alchemy, and when he heard Ling Han speak of coming to blows, he naturally scoffed derisively. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that there would actually be such a prodigy in this world? Alchemist Mo, you can't. Someone wanted to curry favor, and hurriedly explained Ling Han's background. My gods. Alchemy apprentice Mo's mouth suddenly twitched. Are you even still human? It's already enough that you are so powerful in martial arts and strength, but you are actually a prodigy of alchemy as well. Won't you let others live? His aura immediately wheelened, but because he was used to being arrogant and overbearing, he immediately puffed up his chest again and said, I will not come to blows with a barbarian like you. You insulting me is equivalent to insulting alchemist Zicheng, and that is insulting the whole alchemy city. Who would agree for you to be so willful here? Ling Han couldn't help but smile in spite of himself and said, You are really quite thick-skinned. A mere alchemy apprentice who is only a high-grade trainee at most, a mere third severance, and you actually say that insulting you is insulting the whole alchemy city? There's no way I can actually believe that. Humph, now you know. Alchemy apprentice Mo was a little proud. This was not the first time that he had used his powerful connection as an intimidation tactic. Even a great many king tiers had bowed their heads in front of him. Ling Han nodded and said, If you think you can try insulting me? So what if I insult you? For a bastard like you, I can insult you 100-inch. Pah. Alchemy apprentice Mo had not even finished his words when Ling Han had picked him up by the neck. Naturally, the former could not speak further like this. His legs were kicking around in panic and even his face had turned green. Everyone has heard. It was he who insulted me. Ling Han shrugged, seeming to be very innocent. I am a one-star alchemist, and this little alchemy apprentice actually dared to insult me. You say, does he deserve to be beaten? Of course he does. He did not even wait for others to answer and he delivered a slap. This slap carried a lot of force. Alchemy apprentice Mo directly opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood as well as a few broken teeth. One side of his face was swelling up at a visible rate. Hiss, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. As the saying went, before you hit the dog, look at the master. His master was Alchemist Zicheng, one of the top-tier characters of Alchemist Zicheng, so was he anyone you could teach a lesson to? But the problem here was that Ling Han was very much in the right. You, a mere high-grade trainee, actually dared to insult a one-star alchemist. Just what was the hierarchy worth like this? Without norms or standards, how could anything be accomplished? Pa 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 pa. Ling Han delivered a series of slaps until he vented all his pent-up anger, and he finally tossed Alchemy apprentice Mo casually to the side. To dare make a move like this, he naturally had his own consideration, and it was not completely because he was rash. Firstly, Alchemist Zicheng had to have a very high opinion of him, and that was why he sent someone to invite him over. Then, as long as this great alchemist was a more reasonable person, he would not just listen to Alchemy apprentice Mo's side of the story. Secondly, even if Alchemist Zicheng was deceived, weren't there still two other 4-star alchemists? On one side it was a frighteningly young alchemist prodigy, and on the other side it was only a lackey. Whom would the two great alchemists side with, then? If the scales were still tipped in Alchemy apprentice Mo's favor with this, then there would be no more significance for Ling Han to stay here. He would not want such a decayed place even if it was given to him. With a flutter of his sleeve, Ling Han strode off. Judging by Lu Xianming's expression, there was no possible way for him to continue staying at the latter's home, so he had best not wait for the latter to speak up, and take his leave of his own volition. Everyone looked at Ling Han's receding back, and then turned to look at Alchemy apprentice Mo, who was still moaning on the ground. They all felt an admiration rise up from the bottoms of their hearts. This brat was really awesome. Chapter 1883 Split. After returning to the Lu clan, Ling Han immediately went to call the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Just as they were about to leave, however, Bewitching Maiden Rose suddenly arrived. Upon seeing the Empress, a look of apprehension instantly spread across the other seductive woman's face. She was stunningly beautiful, and she was confident that she could seduce all people in the world. However, the Empress was even more beautiful and charming than her. This was a huge blow to her self-confidence. Moreover, the Empress was extremely intimidating, and this caused Bewitching Maiden Ro to feel as if she couldn't lift her head before her. However, Bewitching Maiden Ro was a bewitching woman after all, and a radiant smile immediately blossomed across her face. Oh, the three of you are truly deeply in love. Do you always stick together like this? The Empress swept her gaze across the bewitching woman, and there was a dignified and imposing expression on her breathtakingly beautiful face. "Call me big sister." The bewitching woman pouted upon hearing this. After hesitating for a brief moment, she said in a soft voice, "Big sister." She appeared extremely reluctant yet helpless. This was the power of strength. Bewitching Maiden Ro was completely helpless when she came across the Empress. Ling Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. "We're about to leave the Lu clan," he said. "What trouble have you caused this time? Did you beat up some holy son from the Alchemy City?" Bewitching Maiden Ro asked with a worried expression. Ling Han was truly unparalleled when it came to causing trouble. He would cause trouble wherever he went. He had yet to fully resolve his conflict with the two Celestial King tier forces, yet he had already gone off to provoke a holy son from the Alchemy City. However, this was to be expected from Ling Han. Ling Han scratched his head upon hearing this. Did Bewitching Maiden Ro already understand him this well? "Why didn't you ask whether I've become bored of living at the Lu clan? Perhaps I'm only going out for a spin to improve my mood." Gasp. "Has my troublemaking ability already received public acknowledgement?" The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden covered her mouth and chuckled. It was rare to see her husband being rendered speechless. Moreover, because the Empress was present, she wasn't afraid of Bewitching Maiden Ro seducing Ling Han away. I only beat up a measly alchemy apprentice," Ling Han said with a calm expression. "Oh," Bewitching Maiden Ro breathed a sigh of relief. Although alchemists were the most venerated people in the Alchemy City, alchemy apprentices were only alchemy apprentices after all. Thus, beating them up wouldn't be a huge deal. At most, one would simply have to pay some compensation. With Ling Han's current cultivation talent, there would definitely be countless elites willing to help him resolve any problems. However, he was Alchemist Zicheng's alchemy apprentice, Ling Han added. If it had been anyone else, they would have definitely spat a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. However, Bewitching Maiden Ro was from the Purity sect after all, so she was most skilled in controlling her expressions. Thus, she didn't lose her composure because of this. However, the expression on her beautiful face was still quite spectacular. She was naturally aware of who Alchemist Zicheng was. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to participate in the competition for the Tao regulating pill. "You actually beat up Alchemist Zicheng's alchemy apprentice." Gasp. "Why don't you ascend to the heavens?" Although Alchemy City was only a 4-star force, its status could somewhat rival that of Celestial King tier forces due to the esteemed position of alchemists. That being the case, Alchemist Zicheng could naturally be viewed as somewhat of a Celestial King as well. Ling Han had beat up the subordinate of a Celestial King, so was he not trying to ascend to the heavens? Go go go. We need to hurry up and leave," Bewitching Maiden Ro frantically said. Powerful cultivators like them stored everything in spatial god tools so they could immediately leave at any time they wanted. Ling Han was slightly surprised and he said, "This has got nothing to do with you, so why are you leaving as well? Moreover, that Lu Xianming seems to be fairly interested in you. Aren't you going to stay and become the wife of an alchemist?" "One nonsense. My aspirations are grand, and my future husband definitely has to be an elite capable of ruling over an entire territory. Measly alchemists are nothing but playthings in my palm." There was a proud expression on her face and she continued, "Men who can't conquer me aren't worthy of my attention." Ling Han was stunned upon hearing this. Which man in the world could conquer this greatly bewitching woman? He was certain that he couldn't do so. "Rest assured I'm here to help," the Empress whispered into his ear. Perhaps others couldn't conquer Bewitching Maiden Ro, but she definitely could. A strange expression spread across Ling Han's face. From the beginning until now, the Empress had never abandoned any opportunity to capture this bewitching woman who possessed the 9 revolutions charm physique. However, it was extremely odd that she was trying to capture another beautiful woman for him as his wife herself. The 4 of them hurriedly started to leave. However, just as they exited the main gates, they saw Lu Xianming and the others returning. Sun Dong wore a smug expression of success. He had initially thought that he would need to swallow his humiliation, and he had thought that he would never be able to exact revenge. Moreover, he might even need to act respectfully before Ling Han, and do his best to please him. After all, it was clear that Lu Xianming held Ling Han in higher regard. Unexpectedly, however, Ling Han had actually gone off to complete an examination to become an alchemist or whatnot. This had directly pitted him against Lu Xianming. Afterward, he even beat up Alchemist Zicheng's alchemy apprentice. He hadn't witnessed this scene because he had arrived slightly later. Upon learning of it, however, He had laughed loudly after faltering for a brief moment. Ling Han was a huge troublemaker. Ling Han had beaten him up before, so now that his status had risen, was it a surprise that he had beaten up alchemist Zi Cheng's alchemy apprentice? Ling Han. Lu Xianming's expression was dark and he said, "Where have I offended you? Why are you treating me like this?" If Ling Han had only beaten up alchemy apprentice Mo, Lu Xianming could have helped him resolve things with his status as a holy son. At most, he would only need to give up some slight benefits. However, Ling Han had directly taken the exam to become a one-star alchemist without even consulting him. Just what kind of attitude was this? Ling Han shook his head and said, "Brother Lu, I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm only your guest, not your subordinate. I don't need to ask for your agreement or permission to do anything. Moreover, I've only stayed at your place for a few days, so how am I mistreating you by doing this?" An expression of slight fury spread across Lu Xianming's face and he said, "Are you intent on opposing me?" Ling Han sighed upon hearing this. Why did Lu Xianming always act as if he owed him something? In terms of owing things, Lu Xianming owed him a life. How inexplicable. Lu Xianming had truly lost himself to the title of Holy Son. Did he believe that everyone needed to sacrifice themselves for him? Who had indulged him into developing such a wild belief? "Think what you want," Ling Han said with a wave of his hand. He then calmly strode away. "Celestial Maiden Ro," Lu Xianming shouted. "Are you truly going to follow this person? I urge you to think this through. This will bring calamity upon not only you, but perhaps even the Purity sect. Thank you for your hospitality, Holy Son Lu. However, I've already disturbed you for too long, so I won't trouble young Master Lu any longer," Bewitching Maiden Ro said without even turning around to face him. Lu Xianming's expression became even darker. He naturally understood that this was only an excuse from Bewitching Maiden Ro. In reality, she was trying to draw a line between herself and him. He clenched his fists as he wallowed in this feeling of betrayal. First it was Ling Han. He had eaten his food and lived at his place, yet he had actually gone off to take an examination to become an alchemist. His actions were as dishonorable as could be. Then it was Bewitching Maiden Ro. He had already been conquered by her beauty and charm, and he had viewed her as his future wife. Now, however, she was actually leaving without any reluctance at all. This was naturally a one-sided affection on Lu Xianming's part. To say nothing of the fact that Ling Han didn't know him, it was also preposterous to expect Bewitching Maiden Ro to offer her body just because he had hosted her for 2 days. Ling Han was already tired of dealing with Lu Xianming. He waved his hand and walked away. If Lu Xianming were smart, this matter would conclude right here and now. If that were the case, everything would naturally be fine. If he were intent on causing more trouble, however, Ling Han also wouldn't hold back anymore. Bewitching Maiden Ro quickened her pace. If she had to make a choice, Ling Han was naturally far more reliable than Lu Xianming. Chapter 1884, Giving In. Holy Son. Sun Dong called. He shuffled over and there was venom in his eyes. Lu Xianming glared at him and said, "Don't say anything else." He needed to calm down by himself so that he could come up with a detailed plan. "Understood," Sun Dong said before hurriedly stepping back. A wicked smile tugged at the corners of his lips. If Lu Xianming didn't help him, how could Ling Han overcome this calamity? He had beaten up alchemist Zi Cheng's alchemy apprentice, so how could he resolve this issue easily? Sun Dong chuckled in his mind, and the wicked smile on his face grew even wider. He could barely stop himself from bursting into wild laughter. Elsewhere, O Kan and Jianghu were also engaged in a discussion with Lu Xianming's subordinates. Ling Han's sudden rise had completely ruined their plans. Perhaps Lu Xianming wasn't their combined target anymore. In fact, they might even have to team up with Lu Xianming to deal with Ling Han first. In the end, however, they decided to do nothing. After all, Ling Han had beaten up alchemy apprentice Mo. With alchemist Zi Cheng's protective nature, would he let Ling Han off the hook? Since alchemist Zi Cheng was inevitably going to target Ling Han, was there any need for them to waste their time and effort? Moreover, if even alchemist Zi Cheng failed to deal with Ling Han, would they be able to do any better? Thus, they decided to stand back and observe the situation. Not only them, but many forces in the city also halted their attempts to recruit Ling Han. They needed to observe whether Ling Han could overcome this huge challenge. If he couldn't, their trying to recruit him would be nothing more than a waste of time and resources. It was amid such an atmosphere that Ling Han went to the alchemist pavilion. From the second level onward, there were no more inns in the Alchemy City. Those who could come here were either residents of the Alchemy City, or they possessed extremely unique status, and were directly hosted by the officials of this city. Thus, Ling Han had nowhere to reside even if he had money in his hands. That being the case, he could only go to the Alchemist Pavilion. He was a one-star alchemist now, so he naturally had the right to stay in the Alchemist Pavilion. No one could shoo him away. Upon seeing Ling Han arrive with numerous beautiful women, everyone in the Alchemist Pavilion wore different expressions. Ling Han still dared to come here. After overcoming their initial shock, most people turned their gazes to the Empress. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil to cover her face. Otherwise, her beauty would have definitely caused a huge commotion. Ling Han smiled before dragging some random person over and asking, "I've heard that alchemists can reside here, am I right?" This person wore a bitter expression, and he felt as if he had been struck by great misfortune. There were so many people around, yet Ling Han had somehow grabbed him. What would he do if he was infected with Ling Han's misfortune? However, he didn't dare to ignore Ling Han's questions. After all, Ling Han was fearless, and he had even beaten up alchemy apprentice Mo. How could a measly person like him resist? "Why yes," he replied with a nod. "Very well. What procedures are there?" "I'm going to stay here," Ling Han said. The alchemy chambers here all possessed the ability to speed up time. Moreover, he didn't need to use time cultivation chambers for cultivation, so using the alchemy chambers here would save him a large amount of money. As such, he decided to refine alchemical pills here. The unfortunate man had no option but to follow Ling Han's command. He was only a beginner trainee, so he could only act subserviently before Ling Han. However, his expression was as bitter as a bitter melon. Everyone was astonished upon seeing this. Ling Han had only just beaten up alchemy apprentice Mo, yet he already dared to boldly enter the alchemist pavilion? Where had his courage come from? However, this made sense. If he hadn't been so wanton, would he have dared to beat up alchemy apprentice Mo? Ling Han had only just settled down when he saw alchemy apprentice Mo arrive. "Ling Han, get the fuck over here." Ling Han walked out of his room, only to see the furious alchemy apprentice Mo. His expression was as if he weren't afraid of him. Ling Han couldn't help but smile and say, "What's wrong? That beating wasn't satisfying enough? Have you come for more?" Alchemy apprentice Mo's face involuntarily flushed red. His previous encounter with Ling Han had been utter humiliation. He humphed and said, "Wipe that smug smile off your face. I've come here at the order of Grandmaster Zicheng. I'm taking you over to accept your punishment." As expected. Everyone nodded in their minds. Alchemist Zicheng was renowned for his protective personality, and it was also because of this that alchemy apprentice Mo dared to act so brashly. If things could be resolved easily, how would everyone be so apprehensive of alchemy apprentice Mo? "Oh, so you've come on a fabricated command again?" Ling Han said. "Since this is Grandmaster Zicheng's command, why don't you show me his personally written orders?" Alchemy apprentice Mo faltered upon hearing this. Where would he get a personally written order from? Who in the Alchemy City didn't recognize him? He was Grandmaster Zicheng's alchemy apprentice. As such, his words represented Grandmaster Zicheng's will. It was also because of this that he could sometimes fabricate commands to target whomever he wanted. Of course, he didn't dare to take things too far. In any case, he had indeed come here at the order of Grandmaster Zicheng. Moreover, his task was indeed to take Ling Han over. However, Grandmaster Zicheng hadn't said that he was going to punish Ling Han. Alchemy apprentice Mo had added this in himself. In his eyes, Grandmaster Zicheng was so fond of him, so was he not calling Ling Han over to punish him? Anyhow, he genuinely didn't have a personally written order. "You actually dare to question me?" Alchemy apprentice Mo said in anger. He was truly aggrieved this time, and this left him feeling extremely unhappy. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I'm a one-star alchemist, while you're nothing but a measly alchemy apprentice. Why can't I question you? Moreover, the level hierarchy of alchemists is extremely strict. Is a measly alchemy apprentice like you worthy of giving me commands? Who's given you such courage? By the looks of it, you're asking for another beating. You dare?" Alchemy apprentice Mo cried in a shrill voice. However, he involuntarily stepped back as he spoke. He was truly afraid of Ling Han. In the past, who had ever dared to beat him up? Not long ago, however, he had suffered a beating at the hands of Ling Han. This was naturally fresh in his mind. Ling Han laughed and said, "If you're not feeling guilty, why are you retreating?" "Why am I retreating? It's naturally because you're frightening me. However, Alchemy Apprentice Mo couldn't say this directly. After all, saying this would make him appear extremely weak. He straightened his neck and mustered his courage before saying, I won't argue with a barbarian like you anymore. Grandmaster Zicheng has ordered you to immediately go over. If you ignore this command, you'll have to suffer the consequences yourself. Alchemy Apprentice Mo was using Alchemist Zicheng's name to pressure Ling Han. After all, a 4-star alchemist enjoyed the same status as a celestial king. Who dared to ignore them? However, Ling Han refused to budge and he said, Oh, I only know about a fabricated command. Moreover, if someone fails their task twice, I wonder what's going to happen to them? Alchemy Apprentice Mo's expression involuntarily changed. Grandmaster Zicheng was protective of him, but this didn't mean that he could truly act as he wanted. If he failed to carry out Alchemist Zicheng's orders twice in a row, Ling Han would naturally suffer a miserable fate. However, would he be any better off? He wasn't a mighty figure and his position wasn't irreplaceable. He caught a breath before saying, Ling Han, I'm not issuing a fake order. The Grandmaster truly commanded me to take you over. His attitude was no longer overbearing and aggressive. Right now, his priority was to trick Ling Han into entering the 5th level. Once he arrived there, he would naturally be at the mercy of Alchemist Zicheng. However, Alchemist Zicheng hadn't ordered him to forcefully capture Ling Han, so how could he dare to do so? He could reinterpret Alchemist Zicheng's words to some extent, but he definitely didn't dare to fabricate them. This was a rule that he abided by. Ling Han shook his head and said, A mere verbal statement is no guarantee. I don't believe you. Alchemy Apprentice Mo was almost driven nuts. How was Ling Han so unreasonable? He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Then how can I convince you to follow me? Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. It was clear that Alchemy Apprentice Mo had given in. He was actually yielding to Ling Han. What a detestable person. If they treated him respectfully, he would become increasingly arrogant and wanton. However, after being beaten up by Ling Han, he had actually become so obedient. Fuck. Chapter 1885, Yielding Again. To Alchemy Apprentice Mo, giving in to Ling Han was also a great humiliation. He was actually lowering his head to someone who had beaten him up and humiliated him. Just thinking about this made him feel stifled. However, he had already displeased Alchemist Zicheng once, so could he fail his task again? He couldn't endure Alchemist Zicheng's wrath. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Aya, my legs feel so sore. He retrieved a chair and sat down. He then crossed his legs and his intentions were as clear as could be. He wanted Alchemy Apprentice Mo to massage his legs. Holy fuck. How overbearing. Everyone's heart thumped upon seeing this. Ling Han was far too audacious. He actually wanted Alchemy Apprentice Mo to massage his legs. One had to realize that he served Grandmaster Zicheng. Was Ling Han viewing himself as Grandmaster Zicheng II? Alchemy Apprentice Mo's face flushed red with anger. You're taking things too far. Way too far. Ling Han, aren't you going to leave yourself a path of retreat? He questioned loudly. He felt incredibly vexed. What have I done? Ling Han asked in a calm voice. Indeed, Ling Han hadn't said anything at all. Everything was simply Alchemy Apprentice Mo's own interpretation and understanding. However, who didn't understand Ling Han's intentions? Alchemy Apprentice Mo gritted his teeth and asked, Is this your condition? Ling Han smiled and didn't say anything. Alchemy Apprentice Mo almost exploded with anger. However, he had no option but to forcefully suppress his anger, contemplating what he had to gain and lose. In the past, he had also acted on Alchemist Zicheng's orders to invite other people. Which of them hadn't been as excited as a monkey to receive Alchemist Zicheng's invitation? Thus, they had only known how to thank him profusely. That being the case, he had also seized the opportunity to ask for some benefits from them. However, Ling Han was an exception. He had directly targeted and provoked him. Upon thinking of this, Alchemy Apprentice Mo truly started to feel regretful. If his attitude toward Ling Han had been even an iota better, none of this would have ever happened. Unfortunately, however, he had treated Ling Han like he had treated those people in the past. Time could be sped up, but it couldn't be reversed. Thus, he had no opportunity to change his previous choices. If he failed to complete Alchemist Zicheng's order again, it was extremely likely that he would lose his favor. What did this signify? Alchemy apprentice Mo was well aware of what would happen. Although many people wanted to befriend him and curry favor with him, this was simply because he was Alchemist Zicheng's alchemy apprentice. However, he had also offended heaven knew how many people. Once he lost his status, what would await him? He would definitely be killed by his enemies. Upon thinking of this terrifying possibility, alchemy apprentice Mo couldn't help but shudder in fear. He gritted his teeth and slowly walked forward. It can't be right? Is alchemy apprentice Mo truly yielding? Everyone was transfixed with shock and disbelief upon seeing this. As it turned out, this person was truly a sheep in wolf's clothing. In the past, they had all been fearful of him because of his status. In reality, however, he was nothing but a paper tiger. They all came to a sudden realization. It was because of their extreme care and reverence toward Alchemist Zicheng that they had even treated Alchemy Apprentice Mo as a high and mighty being. In reality, however, he was nothing more than a mere alchemy apprentice. Just how profound and powerful was Alchemist Zicheng? Would he truly be affected by a measly alchemy apprentice? Would his decisions truly be influenced by a measly alchemy apprentice? Alchemy Apprentice Mo arrived beside Ling Han. Forcefully enduring the humiliation, he then bent down and started to massage Ling Han's legs. Ling Han didn't tell him to stop, so Alchemy Apprentice Mo continued to massage his legs. Only after an hour did Ling Han finally stretch and say, my legs don't feel sore anymore. Let's take a walk. Alchemy Apprentice Mo breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was an ominous glint hidden deep in his eyes. Once he completed Alchemist Zicheng's order, he would definitely teach Ling Han a lesson. If he didn't torture Ling Han into questioning life, his surname wouldn't be Mo. Ling Han noticed this and he couldn't help but smile and say, I've been frightened by your expression, so it's probably best if I rest here for a while longer. I need some time to compose myself. He returned to his seat. Fuck your sister. Alchemy Apprentice Mo almost spat a mouthful of blood. You can't toy with me like this. I only just finished massaging your legs in public, so you can't do this to me again. He silently cursed himself. Why had he revealed his killing intent just then? More importantly, his killing intent had actually been seen by Ling Han. It's best not to keep Grandmaster Zicheng waiting, he hurriedly said. Although this sounded like advice, it was actually more of a plea. Alchemy Apprentice Mo stopped just short of saying, Grandpa, stop messing with me. Ling Han cast a long and meaningful glance at Alchemy Apprentice Mo. Only when Alchemy Apprentice Mo's heart started to thump wildly against his chest did he finally say, all right, let's get going. Alchemy Apprentice Mo hurriedly rushed over to help Ling Han up. His actions were so respectful and obsequious that everyone couldn't help shake their heads. At this moment, did Alchemy Apprentice Mo still possess a shred of pride and arrogance? Sure enough, evil people could only be overcome by evil people. However, Ling Han would definitely feel incredibly aggrieved if he knew of their thoughts. After all, how could he be considered an evil person? Alchemy Apprentice Mo led the way, and Ling Han lazily trailed behind him. He had already placed the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden in the Black Tower. It was always good to remain cautious. After all, what if his expectations were different from Alchemist Zicheng's actual thoughts? If Alchemist Zicheng targeted him, he could indeed enter the Black Tower right away. However, what about his two beautiful wives? As Ling Han and Alchemy Apprentice Mo disappeared into the distance, the others in the Alchemist Pavilion immediately launched into spirited discussions. Once Ling Han visited Alchemist Zicheng, would the Alchemy City lose a young rising star? Many people shook their heads in pity. They were convinced that Ling Han's future was fraught with grim possibilities. Although Ling Han had gained the upper hand in his tussle with Alchemy Apprentice Mo, the most critical factor wasn't between the two of them. Instead, the final decision lay with Alchemist Zicheng. If Alchemist Zicheng was dissatisfied with Ling Han, this young rising star wouldn't live to see tomorrow. With Ling Han's crappy attitude, it was hard to say what would happen. Under Alchemy Apprentice Mo's guidance, the two of them quickly arrived at the transfer formation outside the city. Alchemy Apprentice Mo enjoyed a fairly high status, so he didn't need to use star stones to activate this transfer formation. The two of them were quickly teleported to the 5th level. In reality, the 5th level was even smaller than the previous 4 levels. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In terms of absolute area, it was still astonishingly large. There were only 17 mountains here, and each of them housed a mighty figure. Even if they had descendants, they generally wouldn't live together. Usually, they would only live with 1 or 2 alchemy apprentices or cultivation apprentices. Thus there were few people at this level. Gazing into the distance, one could only see blue mountains and green trees. This was a place that was brimming with vitality. Alchemy apprentice Mo led Ling Han to the 7th mountain peak. In terms of how these mountains were numbered, Ling Han wasn't sure if it represented anything. There were no paths on the mountain, so Ling Han and Alchemy apprentice Mo directly flew to the peak of the mountain. There were no wild winds here, so even severing mundane tier cultivators could easily reach the peak of the mountains. A small mansion appeared before them. This was truly a small mansion. Compared to the mountain peak that it rested on, it looked like a tiny speck of sand in a vast ocean. You can enter now. Grandmaster Zicheng has already been waiting for a very long time. Alchemy apprentice Mo said with a cold sneer. In his eyes, Ling Han was seeking death by making Grandmaster Zicheng wait for so long. Ling Han smiled calmly as he strode into the mansion. There was speculation in his mind, but this speculation had yet to be verified. Alchemy apprentice Mo didn't follow him inside. Instead, he closed the gates and stood guard outside. Inside the mansion, the most eye-catching area was an alchemy room. This was a room that could greatly speed up the flow of time. However, it could only do so by 100 times. This was already the absolute limit of 4-star forces. Ling Han glanced at it for a brief moment, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the elder who was calmly sipping tea in the center of the garden. His hair and beard were white, yet he was filled with vigor and vitality. This was especially the case for his eyes, which were filled with life and energy. He gave off a dignified and imposing aura. "Brat, you're fairly courageous, aren't you?" Chapter 1886, Huge Gamble. This elder was naturally Alchemist Zicheng. There was an imposing expression in his eyes as he gazed at Ling Han, and it was as if just his gaze alone would be able to suppress all matter. He was indescribably mighty. He was an ascending origin tier elite after all, so he was naturally as powerful as could be. Ling Han's mind whirred, yet his expression remained unchanging. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "Senior, I don't quite understand. I invited you time and time again, yet you declined my invitations with all kinds of excuses. You seem to view yourself in even higher regard than me?" Alchemist Zicheng said. His expression was solemn, and a projection of the great Tao started to materialize behind him, transforming into all kinds of different shapes and forms. This was a projection that was filled with imposing might. This old man was even stronger than old demon Blood Shadow. Even though Ling Han was too weak to compare their auras, he had a nagging feeling that Alchemist Zicheng was more powerful. He smiled and said, "I've been treated unfairly." "Oh? You beat up my alchemy apprentice, yet you're claiming that you've been treated unfairly?" Alchemist Zicheng couldn't help but chuckle in extreme anger. However, Ling Han remained extremely calm and composed. If Alchemist Zicheng genuinely wanted to punish him, would he speak so much nonsense with him? To a 4-star alchemist, Ling Han was nothing more than a severing mundane tier cultivator and a 1-star alchemist, regardless of how freakish he was. He was nothing in their eyes. They could kill him with a single thought. Now, however, Alchemist Zicheng was actually speaking so much nonsense with him. Combined with his previous speculation, Ling Han was even more certain of himself now. "I've indeed been treated unfairly," he said. "Moreover, I feel extremely aggrieved and furious." "Hey, you're becoming more and more wanton," Alchemist Zicheng said with a cold smile. Ling Han remained composed as he said, "A measly alchemy apprentice actually dared to shout commands at me, a 1-star alchemist. What happened to the rules and regulations? To say nothing of other 1-star alchemists, even 2-star alchemists and 3-star alchemists remained silent. It was as if they were already accustomed to this. I find this to be unacceptable." "Oh? So that's your reason for beating up my alchemy apprentice?" Alchemist Zicheng asked in a calm voice. There was a profound expression on his face. Ling Han smiled and replied, "Indeed. How audacious of you. Have you heard of this phrase before? Before beating a dog, one also needs to consider their master," Alchemist Zicheng said in a menacing voice. A terrifying killing intent radiated from his body, and he immediately transformed into a petrifying demon king. He lightly slammed the table, and Ling Han shuddered even though there was no noise. It was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. This was the might of an ascending origin tier elite. Each of their actions could affect one's mind. "Seeing that you're a prodigy, I'll make an exception and give you a chance," Alchemist Zicheng said. He paused for a moment before continuing, I can spare you if you immediately kowtow and apologize to my alchemy apprentice. Ling Han didn't hesitate before replying, I can be killed but I can't be humiliated. Moreover, I did nothing wrong, so why do I need to apologize? Haha, I've lived for trillions of years, yet this is the first time I've come across such an audacious brat. Since you insist, you can die with your measly dignity intact. Alchemist Ziqing immediately lashed out with his palm. Boom. His palm transformed into a colossal flaming hand that was shrouded in symbols of the great Tao. To severing mundane tier cultivators, this was nothing short of a palm of death. To say nothing of facing it head-on, just glancing at it could instill them with boundless terror. Those who were more cowardly might directly collapse upon seeing it. Moreover, this palm strike was extremely slow, and it was as if it wanted to drown Ling Han in terror before taking his life. Ling Han clasped his hands behind his back and stood as straight as a sword. If this palm struck him, he would definitely have no time to enter the Black Tower. Right now he was taking a huge gamble. He was gambling on his understanding of Alchemist Ziqing. If he lost this gamble, he would have to pay with his life. In reality, Ling Han didn't need to take this gamble. Since he had the Black Tower, he would naturally be safe if he entered it. Of course, this was unless he came across a celestial king. However, the more powerful he became, the less he wanted to rely on the Black Tower. At the very least, he didn't want to rely on it when he didn't need to. If you kneel and beg for forgiveness, you still have a chance to survive. Alchemist Ziqing said. His voice boomed like thunder, almost rupturing Ling Han's eardrums. His words more so pierced into his Tao heart, carrying with it a profound and unstoppable might. Ling Han didn't reply, and he simply remained standing straight and proud. Boom. The palm landed, and the entire seventh peak shuddered. A devastating shock wave swept past, and Ling Han's figure gradually reappeared. He was completely unscathed. This wasn't because Ling Han was heaven-defyingly powerful. He naturally couldn't block the attack of an ascending origin tier elite. Instead, it was because the palm strike had avoided him at the last possible moment. Otherwise, he would have already been dead. Moreover, not a single shred of his corpse would have remained. Ha ha ha. Alchemist Ziqing chortled with laughter. His killing intent instantly vanished, and his laughter was as joyous as could be. It was as if his mood had suddenly improved to the extreme. Although Ling Han's back was drenched in cold sweat, his expression still remained calm and unchanging. He knew that he had gambled right. Anyhow, even if he had gambled wrong, it wasn't as if he would truly die. After all, he could channel the indestructible Heaven Scroll and rise from the ashes, giving him another chance. Moreover, doing so would even dispel the black murderous curse. However, it was best not to use this kind of resurrection technique. After all, such techniques couldn't be used many times. Following his advance in cultivation, he would only obtain an extra 1 or 2 opportunities to channel rising from the ashes. Moreover, he viewed the black murderous curse as a kind of grindstone to temper himself with, so he didn't want to dispel it anytime soon. Brat, you're truly audacious. Alchemist Ziqing said. Contrary to before, Ling Han became much more respectful. He clasped his hands in respect and said, Thank you for sparing me, senior. A look of appreciation spread across Alchemist Ziqing's face. Those who only knew how to be rude and unreasonable had no future. However, Ling Han knew when to be tough, and he also knew when to be respectful. Where he needed to be tough, he would be extremely tough. Where he needed to be respectful, he would ensure that he followed all of the proper etiquette. Alchemist Ziqing was extremely satisfied with his performance. After so many years, he had finally found a prodigy who suited his tastes. You already guessed that I wouldn't kill you? Alchemist Ziqing asked. Ling Han smiled and replied, I was 70 to 80% sure. But you weren't 100% sure. Moreover, what if you guessed wrong? Alchemist Ziqing asked. Ling Han's smile remained, and he answered, a probability of 70 to 80% was already worth a gamble. He naturally wouldn't say that he could still rise from the ashes, giving him a sliver of a chance even if he guessed wrong. Bravo! Bravo! Alchemist Ziqing exclaimed. His eyebrows and beard quivered, and it was clear that he was beside himself with excitement. He gestured with his hand, and his expression became as kindly as could be. Lad, come here, take a seat. Ling Han walked over and sat opposite Alchemist Ziqing. He rested his hands on his knees, and his expression was filled with respect. Alchemist Ziqing became even more satisfied. His eyes were filled with approval, and he smilingly asked, Do you consider me as someone who will allow those beside me to act in a domineering and wanton manner? Ling Han spoke his mind, saying, I didn't understand Senior before, so upon seeing Alchemy Apprentice Mo's arrogance and haughtiness, I indeed considered Senior as such a person. However, after teaching Alchemy Apprentice Mo a lesson, the law enforcement officers that I expected didn't arrive. Instead, I was visited by Alchemy Apprentice Mo again. At that time, I knew that Senior definitely wasn't such a person. Haha. Alchemist Ziqing laughed heartily upon hearing this. Then tell me, why do I allow little Mo to act so wantonly, so much so that many others also consider me as an unreasonable person? Chapter 1887, Sudden Turn. Ling Han pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps Senior wanted to find someone who isn't afraid of power and might. Young man, you're worth teaching. Alchemist Ziqing said with a hearty laugh. He stroked his beard and continued, I purposefully allowed little Mo to act so haughtily because I wanted to see if anyone dared to speak out. However, it's a shame that no one ever dared to step forward to oppose him. Disappointment spread across his face and he said, in fact, this was a test for those holy sons and holy daughters. However, who would have thought that they would all try to please little Mo instead? They lack even the most basic confidence and toughness, so how can they lead a powerful sect? If Lu Xianming and the others heard this, they would definitely feel extremely vexed and stifled. Were they not pleasing Alchemy Apprentice Mo out of respect and reverence for Alchemist Ziqing? Now, however, they were being belittled as nothing but trash. However, this made a lot of sense. As holy sons and holy daughters, they should have indeed possessed the toughness and domineering might of leaders. Regardless of how arrogant and wanton Alchemy Apprentice Mo was, he shouldn't have been able to ride on top of the holy sons and holy daughters' heads. Otherwise, what ethics and rules would there still be? Ling Han didn't comment on this. After all, these were the considerations of a high and mighty ruler. He didn't have the right to comment on these matters. Let's not talk about this. At the very least, you've arrived here, Alchemist Ziqing said, suddenly changing the topic. A look of appreciation spread across his face and he asked, Brat, are you interested in joining Alchemy City? Ling Han smiled and replied, since Senior has asked, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Brat, you were already planning on joining, weren't you? Yet you've come here to flatter me now. Alchemist Ziqing chuckled and continued, however, I'm relatively pleased to hear your flattering words. As long as you're happy, Ling Han said. At this moment he was no longer haughty and arrogant. He indeed wanted to learn some things from Alchemy City. In fact, he wanted to learn many things. This was a force that had existed for heaven knew how many billions of years. Perhaps it had already existed for several epochs. Thus, it was in possession of countless pill recipes. To Ling Han, these were extremely valuable resources that were no less than Celestial King-tier cultivation techniques. One had to realize that Alchemy City had once produced a 5-star alchemist. You can become the 10th holy son of the Alchemy City. Alchemist Ziqing said with a solemn expression. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, the position of Holy Son is incredibly important, so I can't decide this all by myself. I need you to convince everyone with your abilities. Ling Han smiled and said, through fighting? This is up my alley, and I can guarantee that I'll beat all of the other Holy Sons into submission. Alchemist Ziqing faltered upon hearing this. He was rendered slightly speechless. Was his potential successor a born fighter? Upon encountering any disagreement, his first thought was to fight? How barbaric. Alchemists enjoyed an extremely lofty status, so how could they fight and tussle all day long? Doing so would be far too lowly. Through alchemy, of course. Alchemist Ziqing hurriedly corrected. Oh, Ling Han appeared slightly disappointed upon hearing this. This was something that could be resolved with fists, so why couldn't they be more direct and forthright? Alchemist Ziqing felt slightly regretful now. How was this holy son so violent? In the future, would he pummel anyone he didn't like? Wouldn't that be losing face for Alchemy City? His expression was solemn, and he said, if you want to become the 10th holy son of the Alchemy City, you have to prove yourself through your strength in alchemy. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, I know how to refine pills. Alchemist Ziqing roared with laughter and he said, that can't be considered as refining pills. At most, you're only just barely refining pills. Ling Han wasn't willing to accept this. The first time he had refined a celestial pill, it had already been at the medium level. Thus was his talent not freakish. Don't be dissatisfied, Alchemist Zicheng said with a chuckle. Your alchemy talent is indeed outstanding. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked you to transform the decaying ways of Alchemy City. In terms of alchemy, however, you're genuinely a novice. Any random person is 100 times more skilled than you. Ling Han was even more unwilling to accept this, and he was just about to open his mouth to speak. However, Alchemist Zicheng waved his hand, signifying for him to remain silent. Refining alchemical pills is similar to tempering weapons. This isn't a process that's completed in a single step. Instead, it requires many steps and refinements and a great amount of work, Alchemist Zicheng said in a leisurely voice. Ling Han was astonished upon hearing this. Refining pills required many steps and refinements? Was this a joke? When refining pills, one would either succeed or fail. Failure was just that, failure. How could there be any concept of refinement? Alchemist Zicheng noticed his confusion and he said, "Take out a celestial pill that you've refined." Ling Han did as he was told, handing a celestial pill to Alchemist Zicheng. "Follow me," Alchemist Zicheng said. He led Ling Han into the alchemy room. He then lit up a cauldron, and it was as if he were about to refine a pill. Ling Han gasped upon seeing this. "You're truly going to refine my pill again?" Alchemist Zicheng didn't explain anything. Instead, he directly tossed the celestial pill into the cauldron before him. He then immediately started to strike the cauldron with his palms. This was no joke, and the force of his strikes roused the great Tao of fire, triggering brilliant rays of regulation light. Under the heat of these profound flames, the celestial pill quickly showed signs of melting. It was also at this moment that Alchemist Zicheng suddenly gave a soft shout, and unleashed bursts of light from his palms, sending them into the celestial pill. The celestial pill instantly lit up with a brilliant glow, causing the surroundings to become as dazzling as could be. A look of astonishment spread across Ling Han's face. This was because the celestial pill actually stopped melting. Instead, it started to undergo some other change. He was unable to describe this change, and he could only ascertain that the celestial pill was undergoing some kind of fundamental transformation. In terms of whether this transformation was positive or negative, he also had no idea. Anyhow, this alchemy room possessed the ability to speed up time. 1 day outside would be equivalent to 100 days inside. Thus, after almost 1 day in the outside world, 90 or so days had already passed inside the alchemy room. Ling Han had observed Alchemist Zicheng's techniques this entire time. Although he didn't fully understand them, he was certain that a 4-star alchemist wouldn't show him these techniques for no reason. They wouldn't toy with him in such a way. On the 93rd day, Alchemist Zicheng suddenly gave a soft shout before opening his mouth, and breathing out a column of purple light. Looking closely, this was an orb of purple flame that was pulsating with a terrifying radiance. This was Grandmaster Zicheng's source power. Each cultivator possessed their own source power, and these were generally very lackluster. Ling Han was an exception, however, and he had obtained 2 source powers of heaven and earth. Otherwise, his source powers wouldn't have been so extravagant. Alchemist Zicheng's source power flames enveloped the celestial pill. Theoretically speaking, these flames should have instantly incinerated the celestial pill. However, Alchemist Zicheng had clearly controlled his power extremely well. The celestial pill spun around inside the purple flames, and it started to become increasingly transparent, like a crystal. "Exit!" Alchemist Zicheng exclaimed as he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The celestial pill flew into his palm. "Compare it to before," he said as he casually tossed the celestial pill to Ling Han. Ling Han caught the pill and started to carefully examine it. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. A new golden vein pattern had appeared on the celestial pill. He observed it again and he then raised it up to take a sniff. His expression immediately changed and he exclaimed, "It's reached the high level." This was unfathomable. An alchemical pill should have remained at whatever level it was at upon the completion of its refinement. How could it be refined a second time and even rise in level? Just what kind of celestial technique was this? Ling Han looked up at Alchemist Zicheng, and his eyes were filled with puzzlement and keen interest. Chapter 1888, Becoming a Disciple. Alchemist Zicheng was extremely satisfied with Ling Han's current expression. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Only if Ling Han was interested could he impart his skills. Otherwise, it would be a case of forcing a stubborn bull to drink. Do you want to know why? Alchemist Ziqing asked with a smile. Yes. Ling Han replied with a nod. Alchemist Ziqing nodded and said, this is called spirit refinement, and it's a process of intertwining the source power of heaven and earth of the celestial pill with the great Tao. Doing so will elevate the quality of the alchemical pill. Moreover, spirit refinement can be carried out more than once. With each successful spirit refinement, one can elevate the quality of a celestial pill to a new level. Successfully completing one spirit refinement is termed as first refinement. There also exists second refinement, third refinement, fourth refinement, and so on. He paused for a moment before saying, according to my knowledge, one can complete spirit refinement a total of 9 times. However, each subsequent spirit refinement will increase in difficulty. Moreover, if one fails, the alchemical pill will also be destroyed. The ability of an alchemist isn't merely decided by their star rank. It also depends on how many spirit refinements they can perform. Only those who can complete 5 or more spirit refinements have the right to be called a grandmaster. Ling Han was extremely curious and he asked, Senior, how many spirit refinements can you perform? Alchemist Ziqing paused for a moment before answering, the difficulty of spirit refinement varies according to the level of different alchemical pills. Moreover, it's not the case that spirit refinement will be easier on a 1-star alchemical pill than a 4-star alchemical pill. For example, I refined your Tao regulating pill a total of 7 times. If it were a 3-star alchemist, reaching the 3rd refinement or 4th refinement would already be their extreme. My extreme is the 7th refinement. 7th refinement. In other words, he could elevate the quality of an alchemical pill 7 times. After 7 refinements, even an initially low-level alchemical pill would end up being far superior to a pinnacle-level alchemical pill. At that time, how would these pills be ranked? Do you want to learn this? Alchemist Ziqing asked with a smile. He wore an expression of eager anticipation as he looked at Ling Han. Producing an outstanding disciple, or perhaps even a disciple who surpassed him, would fill him with a sense of grand achievement. I do. Ling Han immediately answered with a nod. A haughty expression appeared on Alchemist Ziqing's face and he asked, but what right do you have to become my disciple? Why are you worthy of my guidance? This. Ling Han racked his brain for a good reason. There was definitely no need to mention his cultivation talent. After all, this was an alchemist he was talking to, so he definitely wouldn't give a toss about his cultivation talent. In terms of alchemy ability, however, Alchemist Ziqing was already near the peak stage. That being the case, would he need to care about Ling Han's alchemy talent? Ling Han scratched his head. Perhaps he should say that he was confident in becoming a 5-star alchemist, at which time he would bring great reputation to Alchemist Ziqing. To produce a 5-star alchemist would naturally bring great honor and glory to the master as well. However, just like no one could guarantee that they would become a celestial king, no one could guarantee that they would become a 5-star alchemist either. Let me rephrase my question, Alchemist Ziqing said. He naturally wouldn't reject Ling Han as a disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so much nonsense with him. In fact, he was simply asking these questions to challenge Ling Han a little. Ling Han was young after all, so he naturally shouldn't become too arrogant and conceited. Why do you want to learn alchemy? Why do I want to learn alchemy? Ling Han pondered over this question, and he realized that he had quite a lot of aspirations. After refining an alchemical pill, he could use it himself, he could give it to those close to him, he could use it to make friends, he could sell it, or he could exchange it for some peculiar item. After all, some items weren't for sale, and they could only be obtained through a fair exchange of items. Ling Han mulled over this question for a long time, and his mind also wandered to Alchemist Ziqing's past history. In the end he replied, to earn money. He hadn't said this just to please Alchemist Ziqing. He indeed needed a great number of star stones so that he could obtain more godly metal to raise his divine demon sword to the celestial level. This was a huge burden on him, and it was also his biggest motivation to earn more money. Alchemist Ziqing was ecstatic upon hearing this. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily as he said, very well. Very well. Pay. To hell with those lofty aspirations and to hell with rejuvenating alchemy. Pay. Back then, I had only picked up alchemy because I was suffering from poverty. I had no option but to find a way to feed myself. Who would have thought that I was actually so suited for alchemy? I'm willing to take you as my disciple. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace. This grandmaster was truly a little, what should he say, crude. However, his crudeness was down to earth and it resonated with Ling Han. Alchemist Ziqing waved his hand and said, "Brat, aren't you going to hurry up and acknowledge me as your master?" Even though Ling Han was confident that he could become a 5-star alchemist in the future, this would definitely be an extremely difficult path that was filled with obstacles. Alchemy was similar to cultivation in that both became increasingly difficult as one progressed in level. No, it was even more difficult than cultivation. After all, how many cultivators existed in the celestial realm? However, how many alchemists were there? At the very least, there were celestial kings in the eastern celestial realm. Moreover, there were even 8 heaven celestial kings. However, were there any 5-star alchemists? There had already been tens of billions of years without a 5-star alchemist. As such, a 4-star alchemist was more than skilled enough to become his master. Most importantly, alchemist Ziqing suited Ling Han's tastes. Indeed, they both appreciated each other's personalities. Ling Han kneeled down and said, "Disciple Ling Han pays respects to his master." He performed a deep bow toward his new master. Alchemist Ziqing dragged a chair over and accepted Ling Han's 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. With this small ceremony finished, he happily helped Ling Han up, saying, "My good disciple, you're my 4th disciple but also my only current disciple." A look of reminiscence appeared on his face and he said, "Your 3 senior brothers are already 4-star alchemists now. Although they're still not as skilled as your master, their level already isn't far off. However, all of them have already left." Ling Han was slightly surprised and he asked, "Why? Perhaps they were ungrateful wretches?" He felt slightly angry upon thinking of this. This was one of the things that he detested the most. Alchemist Ziqing shook his head and said, "If they continued to follow me, they would only be able to reach the same height as me. Their limit would be 4 stars. If they want to become 5-star alchemists, however, they must leave my shadow and discover their own paths." By the looks of it, this was something that both master and disciples had silently agreed on. His 3 previous disciples had all set up their own forces, and they were all attempting to create their own system of alchemy so that they could become a 5-star alchemist. If you can't overcome the ordinary process, you'll also be kicked out in the future. Alchemist Ziqing said in a solemn voice. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, "This disciple will definitely try his best so that master doesn't need to kick me out." Alchemist Ziqing laughed heartily upon hearing this. He held high hopes for Ling Han, and it was because of this that he had specially taken Ling Han as his disciple. Otherwise, it had already been tens of billions of years since he had taken his last disciple. However, could Ling Han overcome the barrier of 4 stars and become a 5-star alchemist? Alchemist Ziqing didn't dare to make any categorical claims. He could only say that Ling Han had a sliver of a chance. "I'll now hand you your first mission. That is, I want you to become a holy son," he said with a serious expression. "I can only propose this, but whether or not the 2 other 4-star alchemists agree is completely up to your performance. I also require you to master the first refinement within a year." 1 year. This was an extremely strict demand. Even with a time cultivation chamber that could accelerate time by 100-fold, this was still only 100 years. It was almost impossible to master the first refinement within this time frame. However, if Ling Han wanted to become a 5-star alchemist, he had to overcome all forms of difficulties and impossibilities. Chapter 1889, Promise. Afterward, Alchemist Ziqing taught Ling Han many things regarding spirit refinement. Of course, he also told Ling Han about the 2 other 4-star alchemists who resided in Alchemy City. One of them was called Heavenly Heart and he was an extremely peculiar being. This was because he had no parents. She hadn't been produced by a mother and a father. Instead, he had been nurtured by heaven and earth. His true body was actually a celestial pill. In terms of the exact time that he had been created, it was already too long ago to say with certainty. However, it was extremely likely that he had been created 1 epoch ago. At that time, there had still been a 5-star alchemist in Alchemy City, and he had refined a total of 11 celestial pills during his lifetime. One of them was the Heavenly Heart Tao-seeking pill. In fact, this was the last celestial pill that the 5-star alchemist had refined. At the same time, it was also a culmination of his pinnacle skill, and it was the alchemical pill that he was the proudest of. As such, he always kept it by his side. As time passed, this celestial pill gradually gained awareness and sentience. It developed intelligence and it eventually became a genuine life form. And thereupon there was now Alchemist Heavenly Heart. Because of his being a completely different life form, Alchemist Heavenly Heart's personality was also extremely different from everyone else. He was completely invested in alchemy, and his goal was to create more life forms like himself so that he wouldn't need to be lonely anymore. The other 4-star alchemist was called Chu Yi, and he was an old geezer who had a strong addiction to wine. He also liked to travel around, and he was perhaps the only person in the world who had traveled throughout the entire Eastern Celestial Realm. According to rumors, this old geezer was even willing to casually exchange celestial pills for wine. However, because he liked to travel, Chu Yi was almost never in Alchemy City. He would only return once every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. It was because of this that alchemist Zicheng could wield so much power in the Alchemy City. At the same time, it was also because of this that alchemy apprentice Mo, a measly alchemy apprentice, could become so arrogant and haughty. In fact, he was almost riding on the heads of the holy sons and holy daughters. However, to appoint a new holy son was a matter of great significance. Thus, alchemist Zicheng couldn't decide this all by himself. Instead, he needed to seek agreement from the 2 other 4-star alchemists. Seeking agreement from alchemist Heavenly Heart would be relatively easy. After all, he also resided in Alchemy City. However, no one knew where alchemist Chu Yi had run off to. Even if they possessed message transmission talismans to directly communicate with each other, just how large was the celestial realm? Thus, how long would it take for alchemist Chu Yi to return? That being the case, alchemist Zicheng had given Ling Han a deadline of 1 year. In reality, this was a relatively relaxed requirement. After all, alchemist Chu Yi definitely couldn't return within such a short time. Anyhow, Grandmaster Zicheng had set this requirement so that Ling Han would feel some pressure. Moreover, when Alchemy City appointed a new holy son, they would also need to invite the various forces in the surroundings to take part in the ceremony. Because of Grandmaster Zicheng's kindness, Ling Han naturally couldn't hide his dirty secrets any longer. He revealed that he had once killed the holy son and holy daughter of 2 separate celestial king tier forces. Alchemist Zicheng's expression became extremely spectacular. Sure enough, this disciple was a huge troublemaker. To kill the holy sons, holy daughters, or successors of celestial king tier forces on a whim. Not only was this audacious, but it also represented absolute strength. No wonder he had even defeated Zhao Qingfeng. No worries, the elder said as he gritted his teeth. However, even though he said this, the bulging veins on his forehead were extremely clear. Alchemy City was a 4-star force, so its most powerful elite was only at the ascending origin tier. Even with the lofty status of alchemists, it was still a struggle for them to rival celestial king tier forces. As such, they naturally couldn't compare to genuine 5-star forces. If Ling Han had only pummeled or severely wounded the successors of some celestial king tier forces, Alchemy City could naturally resolve these situations by offering some compensation. With their lofty status as alchemists, the 2 celestial king tier forces naturally wouldn't be too overbearing. Now, however, Ling Han had actually killed the most talented successors of these 2 celestial king tier forces. That being the case, they had absolutely no reason to spare him. Fortunately, you have the support of the Rock Palace, Grandmaster Zicheng said with a sigh of relief. I've traveled to the Western Celestial Realm in the past, and I had wanted to find a skilled master there so that I could advance to become a 5-star alchemist. Thus, I have some slight understanding of this Rock Palace. This is a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force, and such a powerful force is rare even in the Western Celestial Realm. It's a true ruler of the lands. With the Rock Palace's support and with my help, we can perhaps resolve this troublesome situation. After all, the Zai clan and the Thundercloud Palace are only 1st Heaven Celestial King tier forces. An expression of pride and haughtiness spread across Alchemist Zicheng's face as he said this. Perhaps Grandmaster Zicheng was the only ascending origin tier elite who dared to say that these were only 1st Heaven Celestial King tier forces. This expression of confidence and haughtiness was not something that ordinary holy sons and holy daughters could possess. Ling Han nodded and said, I've caused trouble for Master. Alchemist Zicheng wore a strange expression and he said, I have a nagging feeling that you'll only be causing more trouble in the future. So, I truly wonder whether taking you as a disciple is a blessing or a disaster for Alchemy City. To say this before Ling Han, it was clear that Grandmaster Zicheng already treated him as a true member of Alchemy City. He didn't avoid saying this at all. Ling Han was rendered completely speechless. He was a magnet for trouble, and this had been proved time and time again. Not to mention more distant matters, he had only just defeated Zhao Qingfeng. If this caught the attention of Xianlu, what would he do if Xianlu wanted to take him as a subordinate? He definitely wouldn't agree to this. At that time, would he have to fight with Xianlu? However, he truly wanted to fight with Xianlu. This was someone who had been born on the celestial path, and was renowned as an unparalleled monarch tier. Just how powerful was he? Of course, this fight definitely couldn't take place now. After all, Xianlu had most likely reached the 5th severance already. If Ling Han battled with him now, he would definitely be pummeled if not killed. Under the corrosive refinement power of regulations, it would be useless regardless of how tough his godly bones were. So, my current aim is to reach the 1st refinement and reach the peak stage of the 4th severance. Afterward, I need to open the door to the 5th severance, Ling Han said in his mind. Upon thinking of this, he mentioned the natural peach seal to Grandmaster Zicheng. You actually want to reach the 5th severance? Grandmaster Zicheng asked in shock. He was truly given a fright. Defeating Zhao Qingfeng had indeed proved the strength and talent of Ling Han. However, the 5th severance. This was far too intangible and unreachable. In fact, many considered the 5th severance as nothing more than a legend. They viewed this as an unreachable level. However, his disciple actually wanted to reach the pinnacle of both cultivation and alchemy. The elder pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. As long as you become a holy son, your master will give you a natural peach seal." He could only agree to this request because he was the true ruler of Alchemy City right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to pat his chest and make such a bold promise. A bashful smile appeared on Ling Han's face and he asked, "Master, can I have 2? Grandmaster Zicheng widened his eyes in astonishment. "Why do you want 2? Perhaps you want to use one to eat the other?" Ling Han rubbed his hands and said, My wife also needs one." Grandmaster Zicheng was astounded upon hearing this. Another person aiming to reach the 5th severance. Holy crap. This was a legendary level. What did legendary mean? Legendary meant that it only existed in legends, and was impossible to find in real life. Now, however, not only was Ling Han aiming to reach the 5th severance, but even his wife was aiming to reach the 5th severance. Perhaps he had refined alchemical pills for far too long, so much so that he had become senile and foolish? Perhaps he had been cooped up in his house for too long, so much so that his news had become outdated? No, he had to drink some wine 820 million years old to suppress his astonishment. We'll discuss this when you become a holy son. If you succeed, this will be your reward from Master. In the end, Grandmaster Zicheng gritted his teeth and agreed to Ling Han's request. Even though he was an alchemist, he truly wanted to witness the birth of a 5th severance monarch tier. 2 in fact. Moreover, they both had extremely strong ties and relationships with him. Chapter 1890, Alchemy Path. Ling Han instantly felt much more at ease after receiving Alchemist Zicheng's promise. Otherwise, he and the Empress would have to suppress their cultivation after reaching the peak stage of the 4th severance. They wouldn't be able to advance an inch further. In just 1 year, he had to both master the 1st refinement and also reach the peak stage of the 4th severance. This was fairly difficult. However, this was a good and interesting challenge. Ling Han was filled with ambition, and he started to ask Alchemist Zicheng all kinds of questions regarding spirit refinement. To Celestials, resting was almost not needed. Thus, the master and disciple completely lost track of time. The master was fully focused on teaching, and the disciple was fully focused on learning. Fortunately, they were inside the alchemy room, which could speed up time by 100-fold. After half a year, Ling Han finally had some slight grasp of spirit refinement. Meanwhile, only a mere 2 days had passed in the outside world. "I can lead through the door, but what you achieve is completely up to yourself," Grandmaster Zicheng said with a serious expression. "If there's anything you're unsure about, come over to ask me. However, if you want to surpass me, it's best that you learn how to ponder questions by yourself. If you can resolve them yourself, then it's best that you resolve them yourself." Grandmaster Zicheng had learned this through experience. His first disciple had also been a prodigy in alchemy, and he had viewed him as a great treasure. If his disciple had any questions, he would immediately answer them. In the end, however, his first disciple turned out to be the least skilled among all of his disciples. When teaching his 2 later disciples, Grandmaster Zicheng changed his teaching method slightly. Instead of directly answering their questions, he would guide them to independently resolve their problems. However, he had still interfered too much. Even though the achievements of these 2 disciples surpassed those of his first disciple, he still hadn't unlocked their maximum potential. Thus, he was going to teach Ling Han differently. He was going to force him to think by himself and resolve any problems by himself. He didn't want Ling Han to overly rely on him. After bidding farewell to alchemist Zicheng, Ling Han left the mansion and returned to the 4th level. Outsiders couldn't stay in the 5th level, and this was a strict rule. This was unless Ling Han gave up his status as disciple, and became an alchemy apprentice instead. If he did so, he could indeed stay in the 5th level. No one knew who had made this rule, but it had already existed for countless years. Even alchemist Zicheng abided by it. Ling Han didn't think too much about this. Anyhow, there were also alchemy rooms that could speed up time by 100-fold in the 4th level of the alchemist pavilion. Thus, staying here wouldn't affect his pill refinement. Moreover, he spent a large majority of his time cultivating under the reincarnation tree anyway, so this didn't matter too much. Creak. He walked over and pushed the gates open. Ah! Alchemy apprentice Mo exclaimed upon seeing him. He was currently standing guard outside the gates, and he naturally didn't dare to enter the mansion without alchemist Zicheng's permission. Perhaps alchemy apprentice Mo appeared extremely high and mighty in the eyes of others. In reality, however, he was nothing more than a measly guard. However, there were no outsiders here, so no one could see alchemy apprentice Mo in such a state. Otherwise, they wouldn't have feared him so greatly. Alchemy apprentice Mo stared at Ling Han, and it was as if he were looking at a ghost. His eyes were wide and bulging. What's going on? How is Ling Han walking out unscathed? Grandmaster Zicheng had summoned this brat twice, and Ling Han had directly flicked his sleeves and left the first time. Although he had accepted the invitation the second time, he had also forced Grandmaster Zicheng to wait for an extremely long time. Thus, alchemy apprentice Mo was certain that Ling Han would definitely be cut into 8 pieces and ground into fine powder. Was he hallucinating? He was definitely hallucinating. A wide smile stretched across Ling Han's face. With a wave he said, "Oi, this isn't a hallucination. Impossible." Alchemy apprentice Mo exclaimed, jumping 9 meters into the air. It was as if someone had stepped onto his non-existent tail. His face was filled with shock and terror, and his voice was shaking as he pointed at Ling Han and said, "No, no, no, this is definitely my internal demon. There's no way that you're a living person." "Pa." Ling Han slapped him across the face, saying in a calm voice, "Can an internal demon slap you?" "No, this must be a test from my internal demon." Alchemy apprentice Mo exclaimed. His gaze was resolute, yet his expression was dazed. "Pa pa pa." Ling Han slapped him several more times. However, alchemy apprentice Mo remained staunch in his belief that this was an internal demon. His resolution was truly admirable. Has he gone stupid? Ling Han stroked his chin in thought. So be it. Who cares about this kind of measly person? It's beneath me to worry about him. Ling Han flicked his sleeves and left. Meanwhile, alchemy apprentice Mo wore a dazed expression as he continued to stammer, "This is an internal demon, this is definitely my internal demon." After returning to the 4th level, Ling Han headed to the alchemist pavilion once again. He remained calm and he also kept a low profile. However, his reappearance sent giant waves through the alchemist pavilion. Ling Han had beaten up alchemist Zicheng, and he had then gone to visit alchemist Zicheng. Yet he had actually returned safe and sound. This was far too unfathomable. However, there were also many smart people, and they immediately came to a conclusion. Alchemist Zicheng greatly appreciated Ling Han, so he had forgiven him for his act of disrespect. Since this was the case, they definitely had to seize this opportunity. Numerous powerful clans dispatched their most skillful members to convince Ling Han to join them. He was a rising star and his future was incredibly bright and limitless. If they could recruit him, their clan would definitely enjoy glory for countless generations to come. However, it was a shame that none of them could even see Ling Han. He had already started to cultivate in seclusion. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming, Jianghu, and the others all wore extremely dark expressions. Ling Han's performance was far too freakish. Not only was he a prodigy in both cultivation and alchemy, but he had even reached a pinnacle in both of these areas. This caused them to feel immense apprehension. Following Ling Han's rise in cultivation level, who could still defeat him and dispose of him in the future? Thus, they had to act as soon as possible. However, Ling Han was currently residing in the alchemist pavilion, so how could they assassinate him? If they could, what would be the use of the alchemist pavilion? That being the case, they could only silently bide their time. In fact, they were still unaware that Ling Han had already become alchemist Zicheng's disciple. If they learned of this, they would either lose all fighting spirit, or they would take even greater risks, putting everything on the line. Under the reincarnation tree, Ling Han was currently digesting what alchemist Zicheng had taught him about spirit refinement. Each branch of alchemists had its own unique spirit refinement technique. One couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the founders of these different branches. With their understanding of celestial medicines, and with their comprehension of the great Tao, they had managed to forcefully elevate the level of celestial pills. It was said that through enough spirit refinements, one could even transform a failed alchemical pill into a genuine alchemical pill. Right now, Ling Han didn't possess any foundation. Thus, his only option was to learn. However, learning alone wouldn't allow him to surpass the peak of alchemist Zicheng's achievements. At most, he would only be able to reach the same height. Back then, alchemist Zicheng had surpassed the peak level of his own master. Even though he was still a 4-star alchemist, he could reach the 7th refinement instead of the 6th refinement. According to rumors, only by reaching the 9th refinement could one push open the doors to becoming a 5-star alchemist. In other words, spirit refinement was of utmost importance. Ling Han was in no hurry to start. Instead, he cultivated and pondered for a whopping 10,000 years. Only then did he conclude his cultivation. Spending 10,000 years under the reincarnation tree meant 100 days had also passed in the outside world. This was quite a long time. At this moment, the Empress was also cultivating. She was incredibly confident in Ling Han, and she was convinced that he could definitely obtain the natural peach seals. Thus, her current task was simply to advance to the peak stage of the 4th severance as soon as possible. She would then refine the heavenly Tao Jade to enter the realm of Monarch tier. Meanwhile, the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden could only wait for an opportunity to advance to the severing mundane tier. However, there were 2 infants in the Black Tower, and this brought her some comfort. At the very least, she wouldn't feel bored. These were spirit infants that had been born from the source power of heaven and earth. They were intrinsically close to Tao, and when they grew up, they would definitely become kings among kings. Thus, the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was filled with energy and vigor. She couldn't achieve great heights herself, so wouldn't it feel extremely satisfying and accomplishing to raise 2 outstanding prodigies? Ling Han was also happy to leave her to this. When these 2 infants grew up, he would take them as his disciples. Even though he would offload their education and guidance to others, taking disciples was still a fairly fun matter. The Empress continued to cultivate in seclusion, while the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden took the 2 infants out for a breath of fresh air. Elsewhere, Ling Han entered an alchemy room, beginning his difficult path of mastering the 1st refinement. Chapter 1891, Creating an Independent Path. While practicing spirit refinement, Ling Han encountered countless problems and obstacles. Ling Han was a proud person, and he would only seek help from others if he truly couldn't resolve a problem by himself. Even without alchemist Zicheng's words, he would have still done his absolute best to resolve his own problems. 3 months passed in the outside world, and this corresponded to over 20 years inside the alchemy room. During this time, Ling Han also overcame several flare-ups from the black murderous curses. He had overcome them in an extremely calm and composed state. In fact, this allowed him to discover some slight secrets of the black murderous curse. Finally, Ling Han left for the first time, heading to the 5th level to seek help from Grandmaster Zicheng. Because Grandmaster Zicheng had already notified the others, Ling Han was able to reach the 5th level unobstructed. "You've only come now?" Grandmaster Zicheng asked in great astonishment. He had urged Ling Han to solve his problems by himself, but this was simply to prevent him from relying too much on others. In his imagination, Ling Han should have come over to seek help from him after a maximum of 10 days. Now, however, 3 months had already passed. Perhaps Ling Han hadn't been practicing alchemy in the cultivation chambers. However, upon hearing Ling Han's questions, alchemist Zicheng realized that he had been wrong. Ling Han definitely hadn't been slacking off. Instead, he had been working hard toward mastering the 1st refinement this entire time. Moreover, he had already made significant progress. Otherwise, he couldn't have asked these questions. Not only was alchemist Zicheng experienced, but he was more so a 4-star alchemist who had already mastered the 7th refinement. Thus, he was fully aware of what Ling Han's ability to ask these questions signified. He was a prodigy. He was a supreme prodigy. Of course, some of Ling Han's questions were a result of him driving himself into a dead end. However, most of his questions were extremely precise and to the point. Grandmaster Zicheng was naturally ecstatic upon hearing Ling Han's questions. He gave detailed explanations to each of them, causing Ling Han to continuously nod and exclaim in realization. As it turned out, some of his problems were actually extremely easy to resolve. By looking at them from a different perspective, an answer would immediately appear. It looked as if alchemist Zicheng could easily answer all of Ling Han's questions. However, this was built upon his wealth of experience, which had carried him to the position that he enjoyed today. If these questions had been posed to a 2-star alchemist, they definitely couldn't have given such clear and thorough answers. This had to do with knowledge and experience. Alchemist Zicheng had nurtured all of his 3 previous disciples into 4-star alchemists. Not only did this prove his ability as an alchemist, but it also proved his ability to teach others. "Brat, you've done fairly well," Grandmaster Zicheng said with a satisfied nod. His eyes were filled with appreciation and adoration as he looked at Ling Han. Although this young disciple had only just pushed open the door to alchemy, the talent that he had displayed was truly something that even he had to marvel at. With a good master such as himself, combined with Ling Han's talent and hard work, it was truly possible for Ling Han to become a 5-star alchemist. 5-star alchemist. Grandmaster Zicheng felt slightly adrift as he daydreamed about this. He was so excited that even his head went numb. "There's hope that you can master the first refinement within a year," Alchemist Zicheng said in a solemn voice. In fact, he had set this time limit of 1 year to push Ling Han and give him some pressure. He hadn't held any expectations of Ling Han actually mastering the first refinement within a year. Even with the existence of the time cultivation chambers, mastering the first refinement within 100 years was still a great feat. However, he wasn't aware that Ling Han also possessed a reincarnation tree. This was a paramount treasure that even celestial kings couldn't possess. It was because of this that Ling Han could hope to master the first refinement within a year. The old man's hair and beard billowed in the breeze, and it was as if he were enjoying the euphoria of eating valuable ginseng. No. It was as if he had just earned a few 100 million star stones. This was an incredible feeling. His decision to take Ling Han as a disciple was definitely an extremely correct one. The more he looked at this disciple, the more he liked him. However, it was a shame that he didn't have any children. Otherwise, if he had a daughter, he would have wed her to Ling Han no matter what. "Someone as talented as my disciple should have more children so that I have more disciples to teach," the old man thought to himself as he gazed at Ling Han. Such a talented bloodline definitely had to be passed down. Ling Han couldn't help but shudder upon seeing Alchemist Zicheng's expression. He had a nagging feeling that his master didn't have any good thoughts in mind. He hurriedly took his leave. The old man wasn't thinking of introducing him to a new wife, was he? However, his expression had already given him away. He looked just like a matchmaker. Ling Han returned to the 4th level and continued to practice alchemy. If he failed in his pill refinement, he could still use spirit refinement to transform them into something useful. Of course, this was only a possibility and not a guarantee. If his spirit refinement also failed, the celestial pill would certainly become a trash pill. It would be impossible to transform it into something useful. Thus, Ling Han's wastage during these years was absolutely astonishing. He continued to successfully refine alchemical pills, yet he also continued to render celestial pills absolutely useless after failing to successfully complete spirit refinement. Each time he failed, he would enter the Black Tower and ponder the reasons for failure under the reincarnation tree. He definitely wouldn't repeat the same mistakes twice. However, there were far too many factors that could affect spirit refinement, and this forced him to endure failure after failure. Moreover, each failure represented a great number of star stones vanishing into thin air. This was a painful experience for Ling Han. His divine demon sword. When in the world could it become a celestial tool? When could he not worry about star stones? If he became the leader of Alchemy City, he would most likely have enough wealth at his disposal. I'll continue to refine alchemical pills. For the sake of my divine demon sword. 1 year had already passed in the outside world. However, Ling Han still had yet to succeed. This was the first time that he had failed to live up to someone's expectations. However, Ling Han had already forgotten about this. All of his attention and efforts were focused on spirit refinement. If Grandmaster Zicheng witnessed Ling Han's current situation and technique, he would definitely be given a huge shock. He would definitely shout, "Freak!" This was because Ling Han's technique already contained an element of uniqueness. It wasn't a direct copy of his master's techniques. Absorbing, digesting, and transforming it into something of his own. This was what Ling Han was currently doing. He wasn't simply emulating alchemist Zicheng. If Ling Han simply ventured down the same path as Grandmaster Zicheng, he could have already mastered the first refinement 3 months ago. However, he understood that developing a strong foundation was the most important thing. This would decide how high he could climb in the future. Thus, he would persist down this path even if it took him 10 years or 100 years. Because Ling Han hadn't visited the 5th level in so long, alchemist Zicheng especially came down to visit him. He had come in secret, and others naturally couldn't discover him if he didn't want them to. After all, he was an ascending origin tier elite. He stood outside the alchemy room for a long time, and his expression was one of deep astonishment and also appreciation. In the end, he silently left without disturbing Ling Han. This disciple was truly incredible. He had to begin some preparations as Ling Han would definitely master the first refinement in the near future. At the same time, he had also received alchemist Chu Ye's reply, saying that he would return to Alchemy City within half a year. When alchemist Zicheng returned to the 5th level, he immediately issued an order. This was an order that brought great commotion to Alchemy City. Alchemist Zicheng had proposed to make Ling Han the 10th Holy Son of Alchemy City. Holy Son. Becoming a Holy Son of Alchemy City was a great deal. After all, this was a force that controlled almost the entire flow of alchemical pills into the Eastern Celestial Realm. Could be said that they possessed astonishing power. Moreover, Ling Han had already shot to fame before, and it was extremely likely that he was the youngest one-star alchemist in history. He was brimming with talent, so if he became a Holy Son, he would definitely become the most dazzling Holy Son. The others would become dull and insignificant. Upon hearing this news, the clans that were focused on cultivation were naturally filled with excitement as they tried to become acquainted with Ling Han. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming and the other Holy Sons and Holy Daughters started to hold secret discussions, brainstorming how to ruin Ling Han's chance of becoming a Holy Son. Assigning a new Holy Son wasn't up to alchemist Zicheng alone. Instead, Ling Han's own talent and abilities were also of utmost importance. He was indeed a one-star alchemist. However, did he understand spirit refinement? Chapter 1892. Mastering Spirit Refinement. As long as they humiliated Ling Han and gave him no chance of retreat, would alchemist Zicheng still have the face to assign him the position of Holy Son? Would he not be afraid of the detrimental effects? Although this would also cause alchemist Zicheng to view them in a negative light, this was still better than watching Ling Han becoming a Holy Son and eventually the leader of Alchemy City. Thus, they definitely had to take this gamble. Inside the alchemy room, Ling Han was completely undisturbed as he continued to practice alchemy. Time flew by, and it wasn't long before another 6 months passed. There was a tense expression on his face as he summoned an alchemical pill toward him, unleashing a column of 9 heavens flame as he did so. Boom. The flames enveloped the alchemical pill. He had failed to complete this step time and time again. His 9 heavens flame had always been too powerful, causing it to directly incinerate his alchemical pills. After several failures and after countless reflections, Ling Han was confident that he would definitely succeed this time. Boom. The 9 heavens flame roared, and the celestial pill unleashed a brilliant glow. It was as if all of its essence had been roused, and it was as if this essence were intertwining with the Tao of heaven and earth to trigger some kind of indescribable transformation. Success. Ling Han roared with laughter. After so much difficulty, he had finally succeeded. Even if he cultivated for tens of thousands of years under the reincarnation tree, that was only cultivation in mind. His physical body would be subject to the real flow of time. In the time cultivation chamber, however, things were slightly different. Both his divine sense and his physical body would be subject to the same flow of time. In terms of real time, he had spent 1.5 years to master the first refinement. In reality, however, his mind and body had already experienced a span of 150 years. This was a very, very long time. Fortunately, however, he had finally succeeded. Ling Han gazed at the celestial pill in his hand, on which there was a faint golden line. Even among first refinement celestial pills, there were still clear differences. For example, the golden line on Ling Han's celestial pill was relatively faint in color. It was far inferior to what Grandmaster Zicheng could produce. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He was still far too inexperienced. He truly couldn't compare himself to someone like Alchemist Zicheng. If Grandmaster Zicheng heard his laments, his beard would definitely quiver in anger. Just how many years had he spent on alchemy? If Ling Han caught up to him in such a short time, where the hell would that place him? Anyhow, the fact that Ling Han had already reached such a level upon his first successful spirit refinement was already extremely astonishing. Back then even Grandmaster Zicheng hadn't performed so well. What else did Ling Han want? Ling Han exited the alchemy chamber and returned to his own residence, only to see the heavenly phoenix divine maiden leading 2 children around the courtyard. This was a pair of troublemakers, one male and one female. They were both wearing red undergarments, and they were giggling as they ran around the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. Upon seeing Ling Han enter, both of them immediately shrunk behind her. They then stuck their heads out to stare at him. They were the last 2 members of the Garuru tribe. Ling Han couldn't help but smile and say, "What, you don't recognize me anymore?" Although they had only been infants back then, their natural talent was far too extraordinary. Thus, they would definitely be able to remember Ling Han. Sure enough, the 2 children immediately charged over after observing him for a brief moment. They hugged his legs and shouted, "Stepfather." Fuck. When did I become your stepfather? The heavenly phoenix divine maiden couldn't help but smile and say, "Layer and Yuer have been thinking about you every day." The young boy was called Shirlei and the young girl was called Shiryu. This was because they had both leaped out from rocks. Ling Han shook his legs, yet the 2 children were stuck to him like bubblegum. He couldn't shake them off no matter what. In the end he could only say, "Let go of me first." "No." The 2 children shouted, continuing to tightly embrace his legs. In the end, they were only willing to let go after some persuasion from the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. She carried them in her arms. Ling Han chit-chat with the heavenly phoenix divine maiden for a while, yet they couldn't act overly intimate, because of the presence of the 2 children. There was an aggrieved look in the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's eyes. Ling Han's heart wavered and he leaned over and said, "I'll visit you at night." "Stepmom, why is stepdad visiting you at night?" Shirlei asked. "How stupid are you? Stepdad is obviously going to play intimate games with stepmom," Shiryu said with a mature tone. "Oh," Shirlei said with a nod. However, confusion spread across his face again and he asked, "What do you mean by playing intimate games? You don't even know about intimate games? How stupid." Shiryu said with a disdainful look. Children nowadays. Ling Han sighed upon hearing this. He then pecked the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's red and supple lips before taking his leave. He arrived at the 5th level where he reported his good news to Alchemist Zicheng. "You've succeeded?" Alchemist Zicheng asked with an excited expression. Even though Ling Han had taken 6 months longer than his requirement, this was still an incredible feat at the very least. It was better than what he had achieved in the past. Ling Han nodded and he handed the alchemical pill to Alchemist Zicheng. "Please take a look, master." Alchemist Zicheng accepted the celestial pill, and he instantly shuddered upon laying eyes on it. "This is the product of your first successful spirit refinement?" he asked. Ling Han nodded and replied, "It's far inferior to what master can produce. I've let master down." He was slightly embarrassed and he was truly feeling guilty. Alchemist Zicheng wore a strange expression and after a long time he finally said, It's good that you know you're lacking. Although you're talented, you definitely can't become conceited or arrogant. Only by doing so will you have a chance to climb to the pinnacle of alchemy." Ling Han nodded in understanding, and he humbly accepted his master's teachings. Upon seeing Ling Han's slightly disappointed expression, Alchemist Zicheng almost couldn't help but shout, "You're a motherfucking genius." Although Ling Han's performance was indeed inferior to his, just who was he? He was a 4-star alchemist. Moreover, he had already mastered the 7th refinement. If Ling Han could rival him already, would there still be any reason left in this heaven and earth? Grandmaster Zicheng was simply afraid that Ling Han would become too conceited if he spoke the truth. However, since Ling Han felt that he wasn't skilled enough, why not play along with him? However, upon seeing Ling Han's expression of disappointment, he couldn't help but feel extremely vexed. This was vexing, far too fucking vexing. As it turned out, taking such a supremely talented disciple also came with such kinds of headaches. Of course, in Alchemist Zicheng's eyes, these headaches were a joyful blessing. It would be great if Ling Han were even more talented, and if he gave him even more headaches. In 10 days you'll be officially granted the title of Holy Son. However, this is also a test. At that time, anyone can step forward to challenge your understanding of alchemy. It's extremely likely that you'll also have to refine alchemical pills on the spot. Rest well these few days and make sure you're fully prepared, Alchemist Zicheng said. Ling Han nodded and replied, I understand. Anyhow, he had already been separated from his wife for so long, so now was a good time for some exercise. All right, you can go now, Alchemist Zicheng said with a wave of his hand. Ling Han left the mansion, and a wide smile immediately spread across Alchemist Zicheng's face. This smile grew larger, and he eventually couldn't help but roar with laughter. His boisterous laughter astonished countless surrounding birds. Incredible, far too incredible. This feels even more amazing than earning 1 trillion star stones. Alchemist Zicheng was genuinely satisfied with this disciple. However, for the sake of Ling Han's future, it was a shame that he had to suppress his true emotions before him. He couldn't praise Ling Han too much. This left him feeling slightly regretful. However, once Ling Han became a holy son, his brilliance would be clear for all to see. He would become the most dazzling star in the Alchemy City. With such a brilliant disciple, what else can I ask for? Alchemist Zicheng said with a sigh of emotion. He felt as delighted as could be. Chapter 1893, Battle Again. A period of 10 days wasn't long, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Han had kept a low profile these few days, and this was because he had been perfecting his spirit refinement technique. He had only succeeded in performing the first refinement, and he was still extremely far away from perfecting it. An alchemical pill could only be spirit refined a maximum of 9 times. Generally speaking, however, being able to spirit refine an alchemical pill 3 to 4 times was already extraordinary. Thus, the quality of each spirit refinement was incredibly important. If 2 alchemists of different skill levels both spirit refined an alchemical pill to the 3rd refinement, it was completely possible that the end result would be starkly different. Right now, Ling Han was working hard to reach the pinnacle of the first refinement. Even though Alchemist Zicheng had said that an alchemist's level would also affect the level of their spirit refinement, Ling Han didn't mind spending more time on it, since he couldn't advance to become a 2-star alchemist anytime soon. From 1 star to 2 stars, the difficulty of refining alchemical pills would increase by at least 100-fold. After all, 1-star alchemical pills were for severing mundane tier cultivators, while 2-star alchemical pills were for dividing soul tier elites. That being the case, would they be on the same level? In Alchemist Zicheng's extremely optimistic predictions, it would take Ling Han at least 1 million years to become a 2-star alchemist. Moreover, this was taking into account the time cultivation chambers. However, Alchemist Zicheng was unaware that Ling Han possessed a reincarnation tree. This was something that could greatly aid one's comprehension. Even so, it would still take Ling Han at least several thousand years to become a 2-star alchemist. In the past, Ling Han had once analyzed the process of refining pills as a 2-star alchemist. However, he had been forced to stop 1/10,000th of the way into his analysis. The regulations of heaven and earth that were involved in this process were far too complicated. Even though a severing mundane tier cultivator could refine 2-star alchemical pills, this would require a limitless amount of time. Moreover, after spending so much time, they could only refine a single type of 2-star alchemical pill. Fortunately, one would obtain a limitless lifespan after advancing to the severing mundane tier. Otherwise, it would be extremely likely that a 2-star alchemist could only refine a pitifully small number of alchemical pills before their death. Ling Han wasn't greedy, and he didn't try to learn how to cultivate more 1-star alchemical pills. Instead, he focused all of his effort on spirit refinement. Spirit refinement was a process of better understanding the fundamental constitution of celestial medicines and alchemical pills. It also pertained to the Tao of heaven and earth. In reality, one could attain Tao through any means. In the ancient realm, there were people who had achieved Tao through alchemy. This was naturally possible in the celestial realm as well. For example, Alchemist Zicheng had only been at the severing mundane tier when he had become a 1-star alchemist. After that, he hadn't placed any effort on cultivation. Instead, he had focused all of his effort on alchemy. However, as he continued to improve in alchemy, his cultivation naturally advanced as well, bringing him to the peak stage of the 4th severance, and then to the dividing soul tier. Afterward, he had then opened an immortal palace, and advanced to the immortal palace tier. There existed a myriad of Tao in heaven and earth, yet they all eventually led to the same destination. Thus, Ling Han was able to maintain his composure. Alchemy was also a part of cultivation. 10 days later, the Empress also came out of seclusion. It wasn't that she had reached the peak stage of the fourth severance. Rather, today was a significant day for Ling Han, her dear husband, so she naturally couldn't be absent. Morning came and Ling Han headed off with his 2 wives. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro also tagged along without any invitation. She shamelessly pretended to be Ling Han's good friend. If Ling Han successfully became a holy son of Alchemy City, wouldn't he be able to casually gift others celestial pills in the future? As smart as this bewitching woman was, she naturally understood that she had to develop a good relationship with Ling Han. In fact, Ling Han was extremely unwilling to become too close to her. Firstly, this bewitching woman was far too charming and attractive. Secondly, the Empress always suggested that he should accept her 9 revolutions charm physique. This caused him to feel extremely opposed to the idea. However, the bewitching woman wore a dazzling smile, and it was hard for him to strike a smiling person. He couldn't shoo her away no matter what. Meanwhile, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden carried Shirlei and Shiryu in her arms. They were both lively little devils and they were extremely good at causing trouble. They looked bewitching Maiden Ro up and down, and they made all kinds of mature remarks and comments. This rendered Ling Han completely speechless. Where had these 2 brats learned these things from? The 2 brats were unafraid of heaven and earth, and they were only afraid of the Empress. It was as if the Empress' stunning beauty and dignity could affect even them. The ceremony was going to be hosted in the 4th level, so those who could attend were all powerful and influential people. At the very least, they had the background of a 3-star force. Ling Han looked around and he immediately saw several familiar faces. For example, Fu Gaoyun, Fu Tonghai, Situ Tang, and Xiang Yan. One had to realize that the Fu clan was located extremely far away from here. Even with warships, it would still take them at least half a year to arrive here. Even so, they had still come to attend the ceremony. From this, it was evident just how powerful and influential the Alchemy City was. Attending this ceremony wouldn't necessarily put them in the good books of Alchemy City. However, if they didn't attend, what would they do if they entered the bad books of Alchemy City? In the Eastern Celestial Realm, almost all of the alchemists viewed Alchemy City as a holy land and totem for alchemy. With a single command, Alchemy City could easily gather and mobilize all of the alchemists. Thus, Alchemy City was a 4-star force that could somewhat rival 5-star forces. When Fu Gaoyun and the others saw Ling Han, their jaws all fell in shock. This was especially the case for Fu Xiaoyun, whose eyes also widened in deep astonishment. Among them, only Situ Xiaojun remained calm and composed. She simply muttered, if his A*S wasn't penetrated, how could he have crawled to such a height? Even though they had heard that the new holy son was also called Ling Han, they certainly hadn't linked the 2 Ling Hans together. Going from a hunted person to a holy son of Alchemy City? Who would believe this? Upon seeing Ling Han's familiar face, they instantly felt as if they were in a dream. This felt far too unreal and extraordinary. Not only the members of the Fu clan but the members of the Lunar sect, the Han clan, the Qianzhao clan, and the other clans were also stunned when they saw Ling Han. However, a commander from the Rock Palace had already beaten them into submission back then. Now that Ling Han was about to become a holy son of a 4-star force, they more so didn't dare to think about seeking revenge. Right now, a single thought was running through all of their minds. Ling Han was far too good at bringing them surprises. In the beginning, he had caught everyone's attention with his freakish cultivation ability. At that time, he had actually killed the successors of 2 different Celestial King tier forces. Now, he had actually become a rising star of Alchemy City. How could there be such a freak in this world? Ling Han simply flashed a smile at Fu Gaoyun. He then strode to the center of the plaza. The Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden followed closely behind him. Beside them, bewitching Maiden Ro also shamelessly tagged along. Being able to gain renown in this kind of ceremony was extremely beneficial for her. In the future, those who wanted to target her or the Purity sect would have to consider the reaction of Alchemy City. They would have to weigh up whether they could offend this juggernaut. Anyhow, Alchemy City was already the most powerful force below Celestial King tier forces. Thus, as long as the Purity sect wasn't targeted by a Celestial King tier force, they would be as safe as could be. Bewitching Maiden Ro wasn't simply good at seducing others. Since she had become a holy daughter, she was naturally intelligent and able in more ways than one. The Empress noticed this, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips. This seductive woman would eventually become her husband's. After all, she couldn't allow such a talented woman to be won over by someone else. She could act smug all she wanted now. In a rare sight, all 3 4-star alchemists of Alchemy City appeared at once. They were sitting on an elevated stage and they were all at the ascending origin tier. Moreover, they were all radiating with an astonishing aura. One couldn't underestimate them simply because they were alchemists. Alchemist Zicheng stood up and said, "It's almost time. We can begin the ceremony now." He was going to host this ceremony. Firstly, he was the current chairperson of Alchemy City. Secondly, Ling Han was his disciple. Thus, if he didn't support Ling Han, who would? "Not so fast," someone suddenly shouted. A young man flew over, and his face was filled with fighting spirit as he pointed at Ling Han and shouted, "I want to battle against him again." This person was none other than Zhao Qingfeng. Chapter 1894, Powerful Laxative. This was such an important and dignified ceremony, yet someone had actually run over to cause trouble? Grandmaster Zicheng's expression instantly darkened. Zhao Qingfeng jumping forward to ruin the atmosphere wasn't the most important aspect. Instead, it was what his actions signified. In order for today's ceremony to run smoothly, he had made many preparations. Among them, safety was naturally his top priority. It could be said that this shouldn't have happened. For example, Zhao Qingfeng had already recuperated and rested for a long time. Even though he had already recovered several months ago, he hadn't gone wandering around. However, to prevent any mishaps, Alchemist Zicheng had still deployed an elite to keep an eye on him. Yet, Zhao Qingfeng had still managed to arrive here. Who had let him out? One had to realize that Alchemist Zicheng was the current chairperson of Alchemy City. The 2 other 4-star alchemists didn't trouble themselves with the affairs of this city. In other words, no one could rival his power. Only when it came to a matter such as assigning a new holy sun did he need to seek agreement from the 2 other 4-star alchemists. Who dared to cause trouble? Impudence? A new holy sun is being crowned, and this is no place for you to act willfully. Scram! A dividing soul tier elite roared. Even though Zhao Qingfeng possessed heaven-defying talent, he was only at the peak stage of the 4th severance. Thus, he was nothing in the eyes of this elite. However, Zhao Qingfeng didn't so much as spare a glance at the elite. Instead, he continued to stare at Ling Han, with his fighting spirit culminating into something tangible. "Ling Han, do you dare to battle against me?" Judging from his fighting spirit, he had become significantly more powerful than before. As expected of a freakish prodigy. Not only did his previous loss not affect his Dao heart, but it even pushed him to improve and grow stronger. How unfathomable. He's clearly at the peak stage of the 4th severance already, yet his strength is still able to advance. As expected of a prodigy. Things are becoming interesting now. At that time, Ling Han only barely managed to defeat him. Now, however, Zhao Qingfeng's strength has grown by an explosive amount. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Although this is a martial arts competition and not an alchemy competition, it will still be a huge stain on the new Holy Sun's name if he suffers a huge loss on the day of his crowning. I'm curious about how Zhao Qingfeng managed to come here. I refuse to believe that he could come here easily. You're saying that someone in the city is helping Zhao Qingfeng? Everyone was engaged in spirited discussions. Meanwhile, those who had analyzed the situation more closely all wore solemn expressions. What did Zhao Qingfeng's appearance signify? Ling Han glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and he said in a calm voice, "You're nothing but a defeated opponent. Why would I not dare to battle against you? Last time was last time. This time is different," Zhao Qingfeng said with a baleful expression. His killing intent was almost tangible, and it was clear that he had developed a stronger grasp on the regulation of slaughter. This wasn't strange. After their intense and inspiring battle, Ling Han had directly broken through to the 4th severance. Although Zhao Qingfeng had lost, and although he hadn't gained any comprehension regarding the 5th severance, his killing intent had still pushed his regulation of slaughter to a higher level. He was brimming with confidence, and he was sure that his current power could allow him to easily shatter Ling Han's freakish physique with a single punch. The Empress stepped forward and coldly glared at Zhao Qingfeng. Her dress billowed in the wind, hugging her body and revealing her flawless figure. She was as attractive as could be. Even as Ling Han's opponent, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but be moved by the Empress. She was beautiful, far too beautiful. Even though he couldn't see her true appearance, just her figure and her indescribably noble aura alone was enough to make one want to kneel down to her and become her underling. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly suppressed his emotions and recollected his composure. An ice-cold killing intent radiated from his eyes. His life was dedicated to cultivation, and it was dedicated to becoming more powerful. He had to abandon everything that would detrimentally affect his goal of becoming stronger. "You're seeking death," the Empress shouted with a cold humph. She resolutely launched an attack. The spectators all wore strange expressions upon seeing this. Ling Han had been incredibly audacious back then, and he had dared to fight with Zhao Qingfeng and beat up Alchemy apprentice Mo. As it turned out, those beside him were also the same. What did it matter that this was Zhao Qingfeng or Zhao Heifeng? They would directly do battle with him. However, the Empress was only at the 4th severance, so how would she battle against Zhao Qingfeng? He was an Emperor tier and he was already bordering on the level of Monarch tier. Apart from a select few people, who else in the same cultivation level could defeat him? Fuck. Before this thought could even flash past their minds, the Empress had already suppressed Zhao Qingfeng in an extremely domineering manner. As her jade-like palm flashed through the air, Zhao Qingfeng could do nothing but evade and block. She was far too powerful. How was she this powerful? Everyone was rendered speechless. This was a prodigy who could only appear once every epoch, yet they were popping up all over the place now. Was there still any reason in this heaven and earth? Fu Gaoyun and the others were even more stunned upon seeing this. They were aware that Ling Han was powerful, yet they hadn't realized that the Empress was also this freakishly powerful. Now that they had witnessed the Empress' demeanor, they were all won over by her incredible beauty and power. Grandmaster Zicheng stroked his beard, and a slight smile spread across his face. No wonder his disciple had asked him for 2 natural peach seals. This young woman was indeed a freak, and she indeed possessed the potential to reach the 5th severance. She was a talent worth nurturing. During the first 200 exchanges, Zhao Qingfeng could still manage to block and evade. Afterward, however, he slipped into an absolute disadvantage. After 400 exchanges, he could do nothing but suffer a beating. It was clear that he was no opponent for the Empress. His defeat was already a foregone conclusion. After 2,000 exchanges, he couldn't help but continue to vomit blood. He was barely hanging on to life. Trash. Lu Xianming said with a cold humph. He was standing with the other holy sons and holy daughters, and there was a look of intense disdain on his face as he glanced at Zhao Qingfeng. He had initially hoped to see Zhao Qingfeng causing Ling Han some trouble. Unexpectedly, however, he couldn't even defeat a woman beside Ling Han. He had instead become a stepladder, making Ling Han appear even more lofty and powerful. Just look. Even some woman beside Ling Han was a supreme prodigy. An Immortal Palace tier elite stepped forward and said, "Enough." With a single motion he separated the Empress and Zhao Qingfeng. The Empress was extremely dissatisfied, and she shot a glare at the Immortal Palace tier elite. It was as if she wanted to beat him up. The Immortal Palace tier elite couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before the Empress' stunning beauty, he found that he couldn't become angry at all. Of course, her relationship with Ling Han was also a part of the reason. She was the woman of this new holy son, so he naturally had to give her some face. "Ling Han, can you only hide behind women?" Zhao Qingfeng shouted, with fury and indignance on his face. After becoming more powerful, he had been filled with confidence, certain that he could defeat Ling Han with a single strike. To his disbelief, however, he had been defeated before he could even fight with Ling Han. He was truly about to explode with anger. The Empress was infuriated, and there was a menacing glint in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Qingfeng. She radiated with an aura of paramount dignity. Ling Han stepped forward and placed a hand on her slender shoulder with a smile, saying, "Let me deal with him." The Empress nodded before stepping backward. Ling Han glanced at Zhao Qingfeng before retrieving a pill vial and tossing it at him. "Here, don't say that I'm bullying you. This is an ice mist jade pill, and it can temporarily suppress your wounds and help you recover to your peak state. However, its effects will only last for an hour." This was an incredibly useful pill, and in some situations it could even save one's life. Zhao Qingfeng was astonished. He hadn't expected that Ling Han would still accept his challenge in such a situation. Moreover, he was even offering him such a valuable alchemical pill. He didn't hesitate as he accepted the pill vial and ingested the pill. He didn't take a second glance at it. If Ling Han dared to play any tricks in this kind of situation, would he still have any face in the future? Ling Han suddenly exclaimed. He patted his clothes and he said, I'm so sorry. I retrieved the wrong alchemical pill. That's actually a powerful laxative. Holy fuck. Zhao Qingfeng grimaced upon hearing this, and he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Chapter 1895. One Finger. You truly don't have any sense of humor at all. I'm just joking. Ling Han said with a shake of his head. There are so many people here, so how could I poison you with my alchemical pills? After hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng still wanted to vomit blood. What kind of sense of humor should I have to appreciate your sick joke? Moreover, you're also aware that there are many people here, huh? Ling Han smiled and said, how boring is a powerful laxative? I fed you a powerful aphrodisiac, and this will cause you to become extremely interested in furry things. Once you start, you won't be able to stop. Why, you're lying, Zhao Qingfeng said with a shudder. However, what if this were true? He would definitely suffer a miserable fate. If he charged over to embrace and hump any furry thing that he saw, would he still have any face to show himself in the future? Although he was a cultivation prodigy, and although he was at the peak stage of the fourth severance, this was Alchemy City, which even had 4-star alchemists. Refining an alchemical pill that caused him to lose control of himself was definitely a simple task. Ling Han sighed before shaking his head and saying, I already said that you have no sense of humor. Sure enough, I was right. Fuck. You're toying with me again? Zhao Qingfeng was wild with rage and he clenched his hands into fists. He then unleashed a furious roar at the sky, and this thunderous roar surprisingly transformed into numerous sharp swords that were engraved with symbols of the Great Tao. They were extremely terrifying. This was a roar to vent his wild fury. However, this might also prove something else. He had indeed recovered his strength and returned to his peak state. Come battle, he roared. The veins on his forehead were bulging. Yu clapped her chubby hands and exclaimed, Stepdad is so talented at shooting his mouth off. What does shooting his mouth off mean? Shirley asked with a confused expression. It means that he can enrage others to death with his mouth, Yu explained. Oh, then Stepdad is truly very powerful, Shirley said, with his expression of confusion transforming into one of admiration. I also want to learn how to shoot my mouth off. It was as if the two children were doing a comedy routine. However, as their childish voices traveled into Zhao Qingfeng's ears, his rage soared to a new height. Pa. His clothes suddenly started to rip and pop off. These were no ordinary clothes, and they were instead clothes that had been woven from strands of pseudo-divine metal and combined with the fur of immortal beasts. They were astonishingly tough, and they possessed extremely powerful defensive abilities. However, they had actually been ripped apart in Zhao Qingfeng's fit of rage. Just what kind of concept was this? His battle prowess has risen again. Heavens! He's already at the peak stage of the fourth severance, and he's already standing at the absolute pinnacle. How is his battle prowess rising again? If he battles against that woman again, it's hard to say who will come out on top. Ling Han is asking for trouble. TSK, who told him to have such a toxic tongue? Who told him to provoke his opponent? That woman clearly defeated Zhao Qingfeng already, and he was already enjoying an absolute advantage. Yet he still insisted on joining the battle himself. Look where he's got himself now. He has no option but to eat his own bitter fruit. If Ling Han accepted Zhao Qingfeng's challenge now, there was a 99% chance that he would lose. If he refused the challenge, however, would he still have the face to show himself in the future? Ling Han was now caught between a rock and a hard place. However, he had pushed himself into this situation, so who could he blame? At this time, the members of Alchemy City couldn't help Ling Han either. After all, Ling Han had caused this trouble himself. Ling Han wore a slight smile and he said in a calm voice, Sure, we can battle. But what in the world are you roaring for? Is it impressive that your voice is so loud? In the past, he had still viewed Zhao Qingfeng as an opponent. Following his advance to the fourth severance, however, Zhao Qingfeng was no longer worthy of being his opponent. Battling against him wouldn't help him obtain any new improvements. Thus, Ling Han was naturally uncaring in his attitude. Die! Zhao Qingfeng roared. He dashed forward, bringing with him the might of heaven and earth. Even though he had been enraged just then, he hadn't lost his composure. Instead, he had seized the opportunity to prepare a powerful attack. As he dashed forward now, he was like a furious dragon surging out from the sea. This was his most brilliant strike. Ling Han shook his head and he casually raised his hand to block. Boom. There was a resounding boom as Zhao Qingfeng exchanged a strike with Ling Han. Devastating rays of light shot into the surroundings, carrying with them the power of regulations. This wasn't a fighting arena, so how could there be any protective barrier? Several elites immediately dashed forward, with each of them responsible for stopping the shock waves in a certain direction. They couldn't allow anyone to get hurt. Meanwhile, Ling Han and Zhao Qingfeng each retreated several steps. They were evenly matched in this exchange. However, everyone was astounded upon seeing this. In fact, their heads went numb with apprehension. They had clearly witnessed the might of Zhao Qingfeng's attack. That was definitely a vicious attack that had exceeded the level of severing mundane tier. Yet, Ling Han had easily blocked such a powerful attack with a casual wave of his hand. Just what kind of power was this? He was invincible. Everyone was transfixed with shock and disbelief. At this moment, none of them could find any words to describe Ling Han's freakish talent and power. Perhaps he was already a pinnacle monarch tier. In fact, he might even be able to rival Xianlu? This thought flashed through everyone's minds. However, they quickly shook their heads, sure that they were overthinking things. Regardless of how powerful he was, Ling Han definitely couldn't rival Xianlu. After all, this was a true and unparalleled monarch tier. Everyone in his generation and at the same cultivation level as him was destined to lose their luster. I refuse to believe this. Zhao Qingfeng roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and as he slapped his chest, he immediately vomited another mouthful of blood. His aura rose to a new height. However, he wasn't satisfied with this and he continued to slap his chest again and again. With each slap, his aura would become significantly more powerful. However, his eyes would also become increasingly bloodshot. It was as if he were about to transform into a burst of murderous aura. He was like a peerless divine sword that was radiating with heaven-splitting killing intent. He was going to muster the most powerful attack in his life. If he succeeded, both his divine sense and his body would undergo ascension. Perhaps he might even push open the door to the fifth severance. If he failed, however, he would consume an exorbitant amount of his essence, and he would have no hope of ever advancing to the fifth severance. At that time he could only sever his own life. This was a huge gamble, one that would potentially cost him his life. He was nothing short of a madman. He was born for cultivation, and he was a madman who desired nothing but to become stronger. However, Ling Han was completely unfazed by this. In fact, it was a pity that Zhao Qingfeng had performed too poorly before. Otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't have minded sending him off with some dignity and respect. I won't die. Only you will die. Zhao Qingfeng roared with his eyes bloodshot. He fully unleashed his copper divine fetus, and his entire body transformed into a copper sword that was filled with mystical symbols. These were symbols of the great Tao that were at the Celestial King tier. After sacrificing his life force to unleash the sword, he was finally able to release its brilliance. A murderous aura rose into the surroundings, and it was seemingly tangible as it circled around him. This allowed his destructive power to rise by another level. At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng was confident that his destructive ability was unparalleled among those at the severing mundane tier. He was confident that no one could rival him. That being the case, how could Ling Han, someone who was also at the severing mundane tier, block his strike? Die. He charged forward, with his body transforming into a sword as he unleashed his most brilliant and powerful attack. This sword flashed with a dazzling glow as it sliced through the sky, and this was a radiance so brilliant that it could even be seen from billions of kilometers away. It was as if this radiance would never dissipate. Boom. The formidable sword strike slashed down at Ling Han. Ling Han didn't dodge and he simply raised a finger, pressing it toward Zhao Qingfeng. He looked much like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in its tracks. The sword slashed down and it erupted with a spectacular glow. Even the most powerful severing mundane tier cultivators couldn't see through this sword light. It was as if they had gone blind. When the sword light gradually dissipated, everyone could see that Ling Han's finger was raised slightly above his forehead, pressed against the blade of the copper sword. It was clearly only one finger, yet it was much like a divine peak that could hold up the heavens. That had been a supremely powerful attack, yet Ling Han had managed to block it with only one finger. Chapter 1896, Not So Fast. Zhao Qingfeng was dazed as he stared at Ling Han, and his expression was as strange as could be. In his memory, Ling Han's battle prowess was only at a similar level to his. It was only because Ling Han's defensive ability was slightly more powerful that he had lost during their previous battle. Apart from that, he had possessed countless opportunities to defeat Ling Han during their first battle. This time, however, the gulf between their battle prowess was astonishing. He had unleashed his pinnacle attack, yet Ling Han had blocked it with just one finger. Moreover, he was extremely calm and composed, and it was as if he were simply battling against some random dog or cat. This caused him to think of Xianlu. Before Xianlu had advanced to the fifth severance, he had also been as weak and fragile as could be before him. What supreme prodigy! He was nothing but an insect. Was this brat going to become the second Xianlu? His mind whirred, yet the flesh on his face started to peel off bit by bit. There was no blood, and it was as if he had truly transformed into copper. However, he was decaying copper right now, and it was because of this that he was falling apart. He had unleashed his pinnacle strike just then. If he succeeded, he would ascend to a new height. If he failed, however, he would never be able to recover. The copper started to disintegrate into dust, flying into the distance with the wind. Everyone fell silent. No one could refute Zhao Qingfeng's power. He was a prodigy even more powerful than many holy sons and holy daughters of celestial king tier forces. Now, however, he had died, such a worthless death. Indeed, he couldn't even draw a single drop of blood from Ling Han. Zhao Qingfeng opened his mouth to speak his final words. You're indeed very powerful. I admit my loss. However, you're definitely no match for Lord Holy Sun. I'm going to die soon, but you won't live for much longer. With your personality, you definitely won't submit to the Holy Sun. However, the Holy Sun definitely won't allow such a thing to happen. As he said this, his movements became slightly exaggerated, and this caused the surrounding wind to pick up speed. When he finished speaking, his entire body disintegrated into pieces that blew away with the wind. The life force that belonged to him vanished without a trace. There was no more Zhao Qingfeng in this world. A smile spread across Ling Han's face. Regardless of whether Zhao Qingfeng was warning him or cursing him, this didn't affect his Dao heart in the least. In a battle of equal levels, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. So what if Xianlu was powerful? He would be nothing more than a stepping stone in his path of seeking Dao. He would help Ling Han ascend to a new level. Grandmaster Ziqing also smiled upon seeing this. Although Zhao Qingfeng's death was a significant matter, the Eternal Prosperity Sect also had to speak reason, no? Even if Xianlu didn't speak reason, he was only a holy son, a mere severing mundane tier holy son. Time. What his disciple needed was time. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to peer down at the entire world. Let's continue, Alchemist Ziqing said. Although an unexpected interruption had occurred, this had instead helped to solidify Ling Han's position. Of course, he would definitely conduct a thorough investigation once this ceremony was over. He would find who had let Zhao Qingfeng out. Not so fast, another person suddenly shouted. Fuck. What was going on today? Why was everyone seeking to interrupt the ceremony? An old man stepped forward from the crowd of spectators. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he was radiating with a powerful aura. Lu Jin. Grandmaster Ziqing said with a frown. Lu Jin was a 3-star alchemist. However, he also had another identity who was an ascending origin tier elite. Thus, Lu Jin was extremely arrogant and self-important, and he didn't really listen to others. Moreover, he was indeed a talented alchemist and he had the potential to become a 4-star alchemist. However, to suddenly step forward at this moment, this caused Alchemist Ziqing to become extremely displeased. He wouldn't mind using his power as chairperson to kick Lu Jin out from the ceremony. Lu Jin clasped his hands and said, "Chairperson." His expression was haughty, and it was clear that he didn't hold much respect for Grandmaster Ziqing. Everyone gasped upon seeing this. Just then, Zhao Qingfeng stepping forward was already a very big issue. Now, another person in Lu Jin was stepping forward? Perhaps Alchemy City was going to experience some unexpected change. What's wrong? Alchemist Ziqing asked in displeasure. Lu Jin was definitely stepping forward at this moment on purpose. However, he was a 3-star alchemist and he was more so an ascending origin tier elite, so Alchemist Ziqing definitely had to give him some face. I have an important matter to report, Lu Jin said loudly. His voice was like booming thunder. Under the might of an ascending origin tier elite, Ling Han's radiance was instantly swept away. What's the matter? Do you have to report it now? Alchemist Ziqing asked in a baleful voice. If Lu Jin couldn't give him a good reason, he would definitely give him a good beating. A smile tugged at the corners of Lu Jin's lips and he said, because of this matter, this measly Holy Sun ceremony can be tossed aside. What an arrogant tone. Alchemy City had invited numerous forces to this ceremony. Not only were countless 3-star forces present, but there were also many 4-star forces present. They were all here for the Holy Sun ceremony. Yet, Lu Jin was claiming that this ceremony could be tossed aside? How preposterous. Oh. Alchemist Ziqing couldn't be bothered speaking any more nonsense. He looked at Lu Jin, waiting for further explanation. If Lu Jin couldn't give a good explanation, he wouldn't need to give him any more face. It's because Lu Jin pointed at himself and his voice became countless times louder as he said, I've already advanced to become a 4-star alchemist. 4-star alchemist, 4-star alchemist, 4-star alchemist. His voice echoed around the plaza. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Only after several dozen seconds did someone finally gasp in deep astonishment. The plaza then descended into commotion. A 4-star alchemist. There were only 3 4-star alchemists in Alchemy City, and indeed in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm. To become a 4-star alchemist was equivalent to becoming a Celestial King. Just what kind of concept was Celestial King? This was indeed a significant matter. Compared to this, crowning a new Holy Sun was indeed a measly matter of little importance. It was far too insignificant. Just then, Grandmaster Ziqing could still suppress Lu Jin using his status as chairperson and a 4-star alchemist. Now, however, their status was equal. A 4-star alchemist. This status was far too transcendent. If conflict occurred among the 4-star alchemists, it was extremely likely that this would result in the fracturing of Alchemy City. This was because there were far too few 4-star alchemists. Any one of them could create a supremely powerful force. Alchemist Ziqing faltered for a moment. He had many things to consider. Lu Jin advancing to become a 4-star alchemist and Zhao Qingfeng suddenly advancing and stepping forward to challenge Ling Han. Right now he could seemingly link these two matters together. This was no simple matter. However, he remained calm and composed. After living for so many billions of years, he could definitely keep his emotions under control. His voice was calm as he said, "Do you have any proof? This is a 4-star celestial pill that I just finished refining 11 days ago. You guys can appraise it." Lu Jin flicked his finger as he said this. Whoosh! A streak of white light shot toward Alchemist Chu Yi. He hadn't given it to Alchemist Ziqing, and he was instead giving it to Alchemist Chu Yi. There was definitely something fishy about this. Alchemist Chu Yi was currently enjoying wine from his calabash, and when the pill vial flew over, he casually reached over to catch it. A white pill vial appeared in his hand. At the same time, an expression of reluctance appeared on his face as he put his calabash down. He then opened the seal of the pill vial. This kind of celestial pill was far too valuable, and losing any iota of its aura would be a significant loss. Thus, it had to be stored in a sealed vial. Alchemist Ziqing and Alchemist Heavenly Heart both shuffled over to look at the vial. The surrounding spectators also stood on their tippy toes, hopeful that they could catch a glance. 1. The alchemical pill had yet to appear, yet a streak of azure aura had already risen into the air. This aura didn't dissipate in the sky, and it instead transformed into the figure of a small fox. Its eyes were extremely large and it was as adorable as could be. Chapter 1897, Compromise. Solemn expressions instantly spread across the faces of Grandmaster Ziqing and the 2 other 4-star alchemists. The higher the level of an alchemical pill, the more phenomena it would exhibit. In terms of 4-star alchemical pills, their medicinal power transforming into the shape of a beast was an extremely normal phenomenon. No, this isn't medicinal power transforming into the shape of a beast. Rather, this is a celestial pill. Alchemist Heavenly Heart immediately said. He was a life form that had been born from a celestial pill, so he was extremely sensitive when it came to such alchemical pills. Alchemist Zicheng and Alchemist Chu Yi were both given a fright. A celestial pill that could exhibit the shape of a life form. This wasn't an ability possessed by 4-star alchemists. Instead, this was an ability possessed by 5-star alchemists. No. Even ordinary 5-star alchemists couldn't achieve such a feat. Only those who had gathered countless years of experience and reached the pinnacle could achieve such a feat. How could a 4-star alchemist achieve this? However, a look of disappointment quickly spread across Alchemist Heavenly Heart's face, and he said, "The medicinal power has indeed taken the shape of a beast. However, this isn't a genuine life form. Instead, it's born from some symbol that has been purposefully inscribed into the pill. It's because of this that it appears like a genuine life form." He had initially thought that he had found a life form similar to himself. However, it turned out to be nothing more than a disappointment. Grandmaster Zicheng reached over and channeled some kind of celestial technique. The small azure fox immediately reverted into an orb of energy. This was a celestial pill of gaseous form. "Azure Cloud Pill," the 3 alchemists exclaimed in unison as they exchanged a glance. Among 4-star alchemical pills, the Azure Cloud Pill was the easiest to refine. Thus, when trying to advance to become a 4-star alchemist, most alchemists would choose to refine the Azure Cloud Pill. However, regardless of how easy it was to refine, it was still a 4-star alchemical pill. It was successfully refined less than 1 month ago. The 3 4-star alchemists could naturally determine this with ease. If they couldn't, they would be a failure of a 4-star alchemist. It was clear that Lu Jin hadn't found this alchemical pill from some random place, and then dishonestly claimed it as his own. Alchemist Zicheng resealed the pill vial, and tossed it back to Lu Jin before saying, "This is indeed a 4-star alchemical pill. Congratulations on becoming a 4-star alchemist, Brother Lu. This is great news for Alchemy City." He laughed heartily and said, "Today is a day of 2 celebrations. Not only have we gained a new 4-star alchemist, but we're also gaining a new and talented holy son." His reaction was extremely quick, and he more so mentioned Lu Jin's breakthrough before Ling Han's crowning. This was because he understood that by stepping forward now, Lu Jin was definitely targeting Ling Han. Of course, to target a measly 1-star alchemist and a severing mundane tier cultivator as a 4-star alchemist was definitely overkill. In reality, Lu Jin was most likely targeting Alchemist Zicheng. At their level, conflicts would appear extremely peaceful and calm on the surface. In reality, however, there would be shadows and projections of blades flittering around everywhere. Countless people might be affected. Lu Jin waved his hand and said, "Brother Zicheng, you've already been the chairperson for almost 300 billion years, right?" Thump. Alchemist Zicheng's heart thumped upon hearing this, and his gaze instantly became intense. "Indeed. Your memory is fairly good." According to the rules of Alchemy City, the position of chairperson needs to be changed once every 300 billion years, Lu Jin said as he continued to stare at Grandmaster Zicheng. "I suggest that we immediately choose a holy son to become the successor." He was forcing Alchemist Zicheng to abdicate. Alchemist Zicheng came to a sudden realization. No wonder Lu Jin had stepped forward with such conviction and resolution. As it turned out, he was targeting his position as chairperson. Such a rule did indeed exist in Alchemy City. One could only act as chairperson for 300 billion years. When the time came, they would have to abdicate and pass their position on to someone else. In reality, there were still around 250 million years until the time limit of 300 billion years. This was enough time for Alchemist Zicheng to nurture Ling Han. Moreover, under normal circumstances, who would dare to challenge him and force him to choose a successor? Alchemist Heavenly Heart and Alchemist Chu Yi didn't give a toss about this, so Alchemist Zicheng could naturally take his time to make a decision. However, Lu Jin's sudden advance to become a 4-star alchemist gave him the right to force Alchemist Zicheng to make a decision. Why did he insist on doing this? One had to realize that even though he had become a 4-star alchemist, his status was still far inferior to that of Alchemist Zicheng. That being the case, why did he insist on offending Alchemist Zicheng? This was because Lu Jin also had another identity, was Lu Xinming's master. As such, his actions were indeed targeted at Ling Han. However, targeting Ling Han wasn't his ultimate aim. Instead, the position of chairperson was his ultimate aim. If they were to choose a holy son to become the successor now, this would naturally have nothing to do with Ling Han. After all, without completing this ceremony, he couldn't be regarded as a holy son. That being the case, what right would he have to be considered? Taking a step back, even if Ling Han had the right to be considered, how could he surpass the other holy sons? He had only just become a one-star alchemist, so did he even know how to perform spirit refinement? This was a vicious attack, and it was also an attack of extreme coincidence. If Lu Jin hadn't coincidentally become a 4-star alchemist at this time, his threat would have been absolutely useless. Anyhow, if one wanted to become a holy son, they would first have to receive acknowledgement from all of the 4-star alchemists. Thus, he only had to object to prevent Ling Han from becoming a holy son. At that time, Lu Xianming would have the greatest chance of becoming the successor. For the sake of his disciple, and more so for the position of chairperson, Lu Jin was truly giving it his all. I have my own plans for selecting a successor, Grandmaster Ziqing said with displeasure. Lu Jin had only just become a 4-star alchemist, yet Ziqing had already raised 3 4-star alchemists. Thus, how could alchemist Ziqing pay much attention to Lu Jin? They were both 4-star alchemists, yet they were at different levels in terms of spirit refinement. Thus, the gulf between them was still extremely great. Then I resolutely object to Ling Han becoming a holy son, Lu Jin said with a shake of his head. This young man is far too good at causing trouble. Not only has he killed 2 potential successors of Celestial King tier forces, but he even forced Zhao Qingfeng to death just then, offending the Eternal Prosperity sect in the process. If we elevate him to the position of holy son, won't that be further provoking those Celestial Kings? This wasn't untrue. However, the matter with Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng had already been almost completely resolved by Grandmaster Zicheng. Moreover, Zhao Qingfeng had been released by none other than Lu Jin. Now, however, he was shifting all of the blame onto Ling Han. He was truly shameless to the core. Alchemist Zicheng's expression darkened, and his look of displeasure became even more intense. In fact, he wasn't appointing Ling Han to the position of holy son out of self-interest. Otherwise, which of his 3 previous disciples hadn't had the right to become his successor? However, Lu Jin. For the sake of his disciple, he was truly stooping as low as he could and giving up all face. However, Lu Jin did indeed have a great advantage. As long as he didn't agree, Ling Han could never become a holy son. As such, the power was in his hands. As long as he remained stubborn for 300 million years, alchemist Zicheng would eventually have to abdicate. At that time, it was extremely likely that Lu Xianming would become the successor. Alchemist Zicheng gazed at Lu Jin, and Lu Jin gazed at alchemist Zicheng. Their gazes were locked, and it was as if they were silently discussing something. After a brief moment, Grandmaster Zicheng said, "After 3 years, we'll pick a successor from among the holy sons and holy daughters." Hearing this, Lu Jin said, "I also agree to Ling Han becoming a holy son." The 2 powerful figures each took a step back to come to a compromise. On the surface, it appeared as if Lu Jin had gained a significant advantage. After all, what could Ling Han do in a measly 3 years? Even if he stayed in a time cultivation chamber every day, that would only be 300 years. How far could he grow? Could he compete with Lu Xianming? Meanwhile, this was also the most time that alchemist Zicheng could buy. If he asked for any more, he would be risking a significant increase in unpredictable variables. Anyhow, alchemist Zicheng had agreed to this time limit of 3 years because he was well aware of Ling Han's comprehension ability in alchemy. Only he knew that Ling Han had already succeeded in performing spirit refinement. After 3 years, Ling Han would most likely be a 2-star alchemist already. At the same time, he might have already reached the 2nd refinement. That being the case, he could then naturally compete with the other holy sons and holy daughters. Chapter 1898, Visitor from Thundercloud Palace. After the 2 big shots had reached agreement, the ceremony thus continued to proceed. Ling Han swept an eye over Lu Jin, and turned to look back at the holy sons and holy daughters that were gathered. Among them, Lu Xianming was wearing a prideful smile. Ling Han involuntarily showed a smile filled with profound meaning. Did Lu Xianming think he was a sure winner? A mere 3 years, that was indeed not enough time to change anything for others. Even in the time cultivation chamber, it would only be 300 years. Wasn't wanting to achieve a great breakthrough in alchemy in a mere 300 years just a joke? But Ling Han had the reincarnation tree, and this was a supreme treasure that was crucial in turning the circumstances around. You, a minor character, can become conceited for a while, but I will soon deal with you. Ling Han did not take it to heart. In the first place, Lu Xianming did not have a single trait that was worth his serious notice. Of course, Ling Han could not just become a holy son so easily. He had to display his skill in alchemy. Not only would he have to answer various bizarre questions from some veteran alchemists, of course, they all had to deal with pharmacology, and Alchemy also had to concoct an alchemical pill in public in the end. After adequately proving his natural talent in alchemy, only then could he be considered to have passed the test, and finally begin the coronation. The process of coronation was extraordinarily solemn and dignified. Ling Han's name would be inscribed on the absolute beginning stone of Alchemy City, and when a new chairperson emerged from holy sons and holy daughters like them, the names of all others would be erased. Only one person could be listed on the name list of the generations of chairpersons, and the others would be replaced by the next generation of holy daughters and holy sons. After alchemist Zicheng announced that Ling Han would be the 10th holy son of this generation of Alchemy City, an immortal palace tier elite immediately moved, and began to write down Ling Han's name on the absolute beginning stone. It evolved from the Chaos Source rock and was incredibly hard. It was usually used to record glorious achievements. In the ancient realm, the absolute beginning stone was capable of absorbing all attacks, and only Genesis tier elites were capable of surpassing its limits and damaging it. After coming to the celestial realm, there were many more that could damage the absolute beginning stone, but it was still used for the purpose of recording events. But even for immortal palace tier, he still had to expend a great amount of effort and strength to inscribe a person's name on it word by word. Otherwise, there would not have been need for an immortal palace tier elite to move personally. This was not just a question of dignity. Hong long long, a loud ruckus rang out, and a hot cloud of volcanic ash surged at the horizon, and was presently surging over from afar very quickly. However, was this really volcanic ash? Why would it release a loud commotion like the earth quaking and mountains shaking? That immortal palace tier elite had been focused and concentrating on inscribing Ling Han's name initially, but with such a shock, his hand suddenly slipped, and the Ling in Ling Han's name was written at a skewed angle. Though it could still be distinguished as Ling, it was extraordinarily and incredibly hideous. This elite couldn't help but show an expression of fury. Didn't they see that he had been inscribing words? Who dared to shock him like this and succeeded at that? Humph. Alchemist Zicheng involuntarily humphed loudly. He raised his head to look at the skies and loudly called out, "Which clan is it that is so unruly? Could it be that this cloud of volcanic ash is an elite?" Everyone raised their heads and looked. The progress of the cloud of volcanic ash was especially quick. In a short while it had already surged over. Even if there was still a very far distance away, and even if there were protective formations in place, everyone still felt a frightening wave of heat assail them, and felt a burning pain. Boom, the flames dissipated and a colossal warship appeared, rapidly shifting from a quick charge to slowing down. Finally, it remained afloat in midair. There was shockingly a symbol of lightning on this warship. Thundercloud Palace. Alchemist Zicheng couldn't help but humph lightly, his voice exuding a strong displeasure, while his expression became very solemn. He had already paid a personal visit to the Thundercloud Palace and Zai clan, resolving the grudges that Ling Han had with these two forces. Though the two Celestial King tier level forces were still very displeased with the fact that their heir had been killed in a fair battle, going by logic, they did not mobilize powerful figures to seek Ling Han out for vengeance. Since Alchemist Zicheng had already personally visited to make an apology, and had also given adequate compensation, and most importantly, the Rock Palace was really not easily to be trifled with, the two Celestial King tier level forces agreed not to hunt down Ling Han further with much reluctance. In truth, if Alchemist Zicheng had not visited them, they would not have known that the two Ling Han were actually the same person. But now, the Thundercloud Palace had actually come. It was very coincidental. Lu Jin had just advanced to a 4-star alchemist, and almost ruined the matter of Ling Han becoming a holy son, and the Thundercloud Palace had come over now. There was definitely something off about this. Could it be that the two had colluded with one another? Alchemist Zicheng involuntarily glanced at Lu Jin. Lu Jin's expression was serene. Not the slightest bit of fluctuation could be seen from his expression. When one had reached this kind of cultivation level and stood on this kind of height, they would naturally not reveal anything through their expression. "Ha, I did not miss the occasion, right?" A loud holler rang out and a burly man walked down from the skies. He traversed a few miles with every step, and in 3 or 4 steps, he had already descended onto the plaza. This naturally incited the attack of the formations in the city, but when they landed on that person, it only created a series of brilliant sparks, yet had no way at all to wound that person in the slightest. Ba Yao. Alchemist Zicheng's eyes tensed, showing a strong hint of wariness. Just like how there were first refinement, second refinement, fifth refinement, and seventh refinement among 4-star alchemists, it was naturally the same for cultivation. This Ba Yao was one of the few ascending origin tier elites of the Thundercloud Palace. When he was young, he had been a holy son, and after advancing to the ascending origin tier, he became one of the elders of the Thundercloud Palace. In the past, he was already incredibly aggressive, and defeated a great many holy sons and holy daughters of other celestial king tier level forces, and was recognized to have a sliver of hope of becoming a celestial king himself. Unfortunately, tens of billions of years had passed, and he still plateaued at the ascending origin tier. However, as an ascending origin tier, he was definitely a top-tier existence in terms of battle prowess within the ascending origin tier, just like how there was 7th refinement and 8th refinement among 4-star alchemists, and had the title of being the strongest below the celestial king tier. Of course, whether he was number 1 or not was merely the praise of some people towards him. In truth, who would know exactly how strong the strongest ascending origin tier was? Grandmaster Zicheng, Grandmaster Chu Yi, as well as Grandmaster Lu Jin. Ba Yao looked towards the 4 great alchemists, and as his eyes passed over one, he would address them. Finally, his eyes landed on Lu Jin and he showed a smile. Both alchemists Zicheng and Ling Han felt a jolt in their hearts. How did this Ba Yao know that Lu Jin had recently become a 4-star alchemist? Clearly they had communicated with each other since long ago. This was no cordial visitor. So this is the outrageously bold Ling Han? Ba Yao did not concern himself with the reactions of the 4 great alchemists, but rather looked towards Ling Han, appearing to be absolutely unrestrained. He was also qualified to do that. In terms of battle prowess, he was already one of the very best in the ascending origin tier. Furthermore, Alchemy City could not produce celestial *** that could help him advance further. Thus, since he had no requests for them, he could be forceful. He did not have to lower his voice and act humbly towards alchemists. This junior is indeed Ling Han. As for whether I am outrageously bold or otherwise, that would have to depend on whom I'm facing, Ling Han answered, neither servile nor overbearing. Gasp. Everyone was rendered speechless. This guy actually said being outrageously bold would have to depend on whom he was facing. You are already talking back to an ascending origin tier elite, and this could still not be considered as being outrageously bold? Hee hee. Ba Yao, on the contrary, began to laugh and then laughed madly. All of a sudden, his laughter came to an abrupt halt as he looked at Ling Han menacingly. How dare you, violent criminal, actually kill the holy son of our sect? Though Grandmaster Zicheng has spoken up on your behalf, and capital punishment can be cancelled, punishment is inevitable. You kneel. Chapter 1899. Living on someone while helping others secretly. Ba Yao looked at Ling Han, his voice harsh and severe. His black locks suddenly danced, each strand entwined with blue-colored lightning, cracking and popping loudly, incredibly powerful. Boom! The unique pressure belonging to an ascending origin tier elite attacked as if a divine dragon appeared, wherein mortals could only bow in reverence. Even alchemist Zicheng had not expected that Ba Yao would make a move in public. Though he moved to block the assault with an angry humph, there was really a considerable gap between his strength as compared with Ba Yao, so how could he make it in time? His heart grew very anxious. If a holy son was to kneel to another in public, how would he be able to face others in future? If this spread out in future, others would not be concerned with whom Ling Han had knelt down to or why he had knelt. They would only say that Ling Han was as timid as a mouse. He was clearly in Alchemy City, and there were 4 great alchemists by his side at that, yet he still spinelessly begged for mercy from an outsider. No matter how prodigious you were, so what? You would be directly besmirched to the bone. This was too sinister. Lu Jin. Alchemist Zicheng thought in his heart. If this kind of thing had really happened, then he would guarantee that there was no possibility for Lu Xianming to ascend to the position. He was sure that Ba Yao must have come through a collusion with Lu Jin. This was a series of moves. Using the stakes of giving his agreement on Ling Han becoming a holy son, forcing him to proclaim that the heir would be selected after 3 years, and then directly forcing Ling Han out of the running. Next, Lu Xianming would practically be sure of victory. With a master like this, it was clear what his disciple's nature was like. If Lu Xianming were to take the seat of chairperson, the atmosphere of Alchemy City would definitely be turned foul by this master and disciple in future. Boom, an indescribably terrifying qi rippled out. All severing mundane tiers in the area felt their knees become weak. In fact, some dividing soul tier elites couldn't bear it either. Ba Yao was really too powerful. The fact that he was acclaimed as the top elite of the ascending origin tier might be a little exaggerated, but his strength definitely allowed him to claim an imposing position in this cultivation level. How could Ling Han resist that? Fu Gaoyun, Fu Xiaoyun, and a few other old acquaintances all showed a hint of worry. They were standing so far and were not the main target of attack, either, but still felt their knees become very weak. How could Ling Han possibly hold up to this? And Shenzhou clan, Beiyu clan, and other such forces all smirked coldly, wanting nothing more than for Ling Han to be utterly shamed. Now that Ling Han had ascended to become the holy son of a 4-star force, and further when Alchemy City was the strongest inheritance beneath the Celestial King tier, even if the ancestor of a 3-star force came, they would have to be polite when they met Ling Han. Naturally there was no further mention of getting vengeance, but how could enmity and animosity be so easily forgotten? Now that someone could give Ling Han a little bit of suffering, they were naturally pleased to see it happen. Amidst a furious roar, alchemist Zi Qing finally stood in front of Ling Han, but it was already too late. What? Everyone was astonished. Ling Han was still proudly standing erect. His knees had not weakened and he had not knelt. How is this possible? The aura of Ba Yao alone was definitely capable of crushing a mere severing mundane tier with a difference of so many cultivation levels, even if you were a king among kings or even a monarch tier. You definitely are not human. Ling Han was naturally human, but there were two source powers of heaven and earth inside his body, and they were essentially existences comparable to celestial kings. You, a mere ascending origin tier, actually wanted to force a celestial king to kneel. You got to be joking, right? Of course, this was because of the crucial fact that Ba Yao had only used his aura. If he added a sliver of power of regulation or force, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Han a considerable number of times with a single thought. Ba Yao, you have gone too far. Grandmaster Chu Yi declared coldly. Though Ling Han was not his disciple, he was the holy son of Alchemy City. For an outsider to make a move on Ling Han, it was no different than making a move on Alchemy City directly. This naturally had exceeded Grandmaster Chu Ye's limits. Yet Ba Yao was completely indifferent. He was too powerful. Even if all the ascending origin tiers in Alchemy City joined forces, he could still leave calmly. Furthermore, just with the fact that he was from Thundercloud Palace, what did these people dare to do? At worst, they could only banish him from the city. Brat, there seems to be something in your body. He fixed his gaze on Ling Han, his eyes growing slightly brighter. When one had reached the cultivation level he had reached, there were practically not many secrets that could be hidden from him. If it was claimed that Ling Han could resist his aura with his own effort, there was no way he would believe that. And what object could block his pressure? It was definitely a precious treasure that was at least Celestial King tier level. What business is it of yours? Ling Han declared coldly. This person actually dared to make a move on him, being extremely shameless. He naturally couldn't be bothered to address the other party as senior again. Humph, to be so rude even to an ascending origin tier elite. With your character, how can you become a holy son of Alchemy City? Lu Jin suddenly spoke up, his expression filled with disdain. You old bastard, have you gone blind? Didn't he see that it was Ba Yao who made the first move so completely shamelessly? And now he actually said he was being rude. Ling Han felt rage fill his heart and couldn't help but mockingly say, Grandmaster Lu, could it be that you share the same pants with this demon? The two of you are a truly loving couple with such good marital harmony. Pooh, hearing these words, a considerable number of people spluttered into laughter, and felt this was completely unimaginable. Ling Han was really awesome. In terms of cultivation, he was only a mere 4th severance, yet had offended a king tier of the ascending origin tier. In alchemy, he had just become a 1-star alchemist, yet dared to insult a 4-star alchemist right to his face. They had never seen someone as willful as he. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was worried to death, while the empress was proud. This was what her husband should be like, mighty and bowing to no one. Bewitching Maiden Ro also felt very captivated, her eyes glowing. No matter how strong a woman was, she would have heroic dreams, hoping to encounter a man with a metal that rose above the heavens. At least in this moment, Ling Han had deeply touched her heart. Bai Yao actually was not angered. He only looked at Ling Han smilingly, the light in his eyes slightly frightening, yet Lu Jin was almost half dead with fury. He had just become a 4-star alchemist, filled with high spirits, yet a minor alchemist had actually rained down insults on him. It's just how could he not be furious? "You are courting death," he yelled, even his voice a little high-pitched. "What is it? Can't you be insulted?" Alchemist Zicheng's face was filled with thunderous fury. "Who do you think you are? Think you can fly just because others give you some face? So what if you are a 4-star alchemist? You aren't even worthy of picking up my shoes. If it was not for taking the big picture into consideration, you wouldn't be even worthy of acting proud in front of me. And you actually dared to threaten me? This bastard, I have tolerated you for very long." Lu Jin couldn't speak coherently with how furious he was. Though Ling Han's words were hurtful, he was only a holy son after all and did not have much weight to his words, but it was a different case for alchemist Zicheng. However, he had not exaggerated. The 3 disciples of Grandmaster Zicheng that had been cast out were all 4-star alchemists. Who could compare to that accomplishment? Previously, Lu Jin could use the matter of Ling Han ascending to become a holy son to restrain alchemist Zicheng and force him to compromise, but he could not do so now. To establish a holy son, the agreement of all the 4-star alchemists had to be attained, but to depose a holy son, that was similarly the case. He no longer had the stakes to threaten alchemist Zicheng. As an alchemist of Alchemy City, you live in the city, yet help outsiders in secret, being even less than a dog. Grandmaster Zicheng berated to his heart's content, making Lu Jin's face pale as well. The damage caused by these words was extraordinarily serious. If Lu Jin could not wash this blight from his name, then the label of a traitor would be forever stuck on him. "I make the suggestion for this person to be banished." Grandmaster Zicheng pointed at Lu Jin, his expression sinister. Previously, he had borne with it all because he was taking the big picture of Alchemy City into consideration. A 4-star alchemist indeed had strong influence, but for his own selfish desires, he actually colluded with an outsider to bully one of his own? That had surpassed Grandmaster Zicheng's limits of toleration. "You think I do not dare to make a move on you, or I can't?" How naive. Chapter 1900, An Aggressive Counter. "Don't even think about it." Completely flustered, Lu Jin suddenly jumped up, pointing a finger at Grandmaster Zicheng. If he really was exiled from Alchemy City, that would become an eternal stain that would never be washed away. He would be jeered and laughed at wherever he went. Alchemist Zicheng ignored him completely, and only looked towards Grandmaster Chu Yi and Grandmaster Wen Tian. "What do the two of you say?" His expression was filled with austere ice, his air overbearing, having an indescribable domineering aura. Who said that he was only versed in alchemy? Everyone was overwhelmed by Grandmaster Zicheng's aura, and felt their hearts tremble as their scalps grew numb. Grandmaster Zicheng was really bold to proclaim discarding a 4-star alchemist just like that. It should be known that on the surface, there were only 4 4-star alchemists in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm, and every one of them was an influential supreme existence that could affect a whole region. "Brother Zicheng, you are the chairperson of Alchemy City, so it is natural that whatever you say goes." Grandmaster Chu Yi took a sip of wine, appearing to be very unperturbed. However, he added, "Alchemy City has always had only 3 4-star alchemists, and that was fine." What he implied was agreement. Having us 3 4-star alchemists was enough, and there was no need for a treacherous guy like this. Grandmaster Wen Tian meanwhile was expressionless. He was an unusual character and thought about things in a way different from the norm. He replied, "Agreed." Aside from new alchemical pills, there were not many matters that could capture his interest. Whether there was another 4-star alchemist or one less, so what? He did not care. Hearing the verbal exchange between these 3, everyone felt their mouths twitch, unable to believe what they were hearing. A 4-star alchemist had actually been discharged with just a few words like that. This was practically like it was just a trifling matter. Scram. Grandmaster Zicheng pointed at Lu Jin. This time he was really angered. To actually dare have ideas about his own disciple. It caused this old geezer's temper to completely explode. You cannot exile me. I am a 4-star alchemist. Lu Jin's face was completely pale as he loudly called out, "You are using your public office to avenge a private grudge. I do not yield. I don't yield. I won't yield." "So what if you won't yield?" Grandmaster Ziqing scoffed. "So what if I am using my public office to avenge a private grudge?" He countered with 2 consecutive questions, striking Lu Jin speechless, making his face astonishingly pallid. Grandmaster Ziqing's status in alchemy was really too high. In the past, even a minor alchemy apprentice of his had been able to rampage around in Alchemy City without any reservation, not taking even a 3-star alchemist seriously. Then, Grandmaster Ziqing was naturally even more powerful. Merely in the case of 4-star alchemists, he had nurtured 3 of them. What kind of accomplishment was that? In the world of alchemy, Grandmaster Ziqing was a massive tree that stretched up to the heavens. If it was not for the fact that he lacked a bit of luck, he could even have a chance of becoming a 5-star alchemist. I have to say a word of justice here." Ba Yao interrupted. The Thundercloud Palace had a secret deal with Lu Jin. The Thundercloud Palace would fully assist Lu Jin's branch to ascend to the position of chairperson of Alchemy City, and as repayment, Alchemy City would provide the Thundercloud Palace with a great volume of alchemical pills for free or a very favorable price every year. As for dealing with Ling Han, that was only something to be done while they were at it, just a minor suppression. Who would have expected that this suppression would actually incite such a strong backlash from Grandmaster Ziqing? How could a noble 4-star alchemist be discharged so easily? Ba Yao asked solemnly. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak here?" Alchemist Ziqing immediately pointed a finger at Ba Yao, his contempt indescribable. Who was Ziqing? As the king of 4-star alchemists, from a certain aspect he could be considered a celestial king himself. No matter how invincible you, Ba Yao, are in the ascending origin tier, can you be considered a celestial king? You can't? Then shut your mouth. What right do you have to interrupt me? Scram! Alchemist Ziqing shouted. Ling Han's heart rippled. So as it turned out, this master might be a money grubber, but beneath that, he had hidden such a domineering facet to his character. It was just that he usually had no need to be so overbearing that he could override everything. And now that he had been angered, he had finally exploded. He was also very touched. Grandmaster Ziqing had risen in fury because of him. Otherwise, Ba Yao was ultimately a member of a celestial king tier level sect, and he himself was an ascending origin tier elite, so how could he be easily insulted? Ba Yao's expression turned cold and he declared, "Grandmaster Ziqing, please be more polite with your words. I will allow you 3 breaths time to scram. Otherwise, I will spare no expense to rally all the elites in this world to begin hunting you down, right until you are dead." Grandmaster Ziqing declared menacingly. "If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." When these words were spoken, Ba Yao's aura was suddenly completely suppressed. Invincible in the ascending origin tier. That was just empty words. Among ascending origin tier level forces, a king tier of the ascending origin tier like him was indeed capable of being invincible, but the Thundercloud Palace was not the only celestial king tier level force in this world. How could it be that the other celestial king tier level sects did not have holy sons and holy daughters of the last generation who had cultivated to the ascending origin tier, and could not break through even with much effort, but had tempered their power to become incredibly strong in the ascending origin tier? A 4-star alchemist sparing no expense definitely could take out something that would tempt these elites out, and by then he would really be in danger. The Thundercloud Palace was only a first heaven celestial king tier level force, and the Eastern Celestial Realm had 2nd heaven and 3rd heaven, 4th heaven, and even 8th heaven celestial king tier level forces. So what if he was killed? How could it be that the Thundercloud Celestial King would seek them out for revenge? Just like with that person from the Rock Palace. So what if you were a person that had walked out from the Thundercloud Palace and Zai clan? You would still be directly killed without hesitation. As long as your background was powerful enough, you could be confident enough. When you made a move, you would definitely not be merciful in the slightest. 1. Grandmaster Ziqing began counting down, his gaze sinister. 2. Ba Yao's expression changed drastically. Ultimately, he did not dare take a gamble on Grandmaster Ziqing's determination. With a humph and a leap, he had already flown back to the warship in the skies. Grandmaster Ziqing did not cast him a second look, and turned to look at Lu Jin. "You can get lost too. No, you can't do this. I am a 4-star alchemist. I am a 4-star alchemist." Lu Jin shouted loudly, slightly hysterical. With a wave of his sleeve, Grandmaster Zicheng said, "Brother Gu, Brother Chang, Brother Zhao, cast this person out." Immediately, 3 ascending origin tier elites walked out. Aside from alchemists, there were similarly cultivators as well in Alchemy City. They were the pillars of strength that truly protected Alchemy City. As for alchemists, they would definitely be spending the majority of their time on alchemy. "Brother Lu, please," these 3 people said to Lu Jin, their faces expressionless. When Lu Jin saw this, he knew that there was no turning back in this matter. His hands involuntarily balled into fists, and his heart was filled with regret. Why didn't he quit while he was ahead? Previously, he completely had the upper hand, yet had greedily attempted to follow up and press his attack home. In the end, a heavy blow landed right on top of him. Not only had he lost all his advantageous position, he had in fact lost completely. Only now did he know just how far the gap was between himself and Grandmaster Zicheng. He could not become his equal just by being a 4-star alchemist like him. How regretful he was of his past deeds. He sighed, turned and left. His posture was stooped and filled with a despondent air, a completely different picture from how high-spirited he had once been. Everyone gasped in shock. Everything had changed really too quickly. At the beginning, merely Lu Jin alone had forced Grandmaster Zicheng into a continuous retreat, compelling him to make various compromises. In the end, a strong helper like Ba Yao had come, yet it had instead blown the bugle horn for the beginning of Grandmaster Zicheng's counterattack. This was probably what they called life being inconstant and prone to change. Grandmaster Zicheng swept an eye over the gathered holy sons and holy daughters, and saw Lu Xianming was presently trembling in fear. He calmly said, 3 years later, the selection for the heir will continue as planned. Chapter 1901. Practicing Hard. What? Everyone was baffled and could not understand. Why? Previously Grandmaster Zicheng had clearly been compelled to compromise, and agreed to hold the selection for heir 3 years later, but now Lu Jin was clearly dealt with, and added with Grandmaster Zicheng's present domineering attitude, even if he declared that Ling Han was to directly ascend to the position, there were probably not many people that dared to raise objections. Even if he did not do that, he could make some changes and push this time limit backwards, such as 10,000 years or 100,000 years later. For the others, this time was not long, yet it could allow Ling Han enough time to develop and grow. Why was he still maintaining the original decision? This was the difference between Grandmaster Zicheng and Lu Jin. He would keep his word. Everyone was filled with admiration towards Grandmaster Zicheng. It was no wonder he could sit in the position of chairperson for so long. Everyone admired him, and merely from this aspect, even Lu Jin had no hope of catching up to him. Ling Han looked towards Grandmaster Zicheng, and saw that the old geezer bore a mysterious smile on his face. He knew that this was Grandmaster Zicheng adding pressure and motivation onto his shoulders. But everyone had an overly perfect view of Grandmaster Zicheng. Ling Han could easily guess. If he still had not reached the height of Lu Xianming and the others after 3 years, Alchemist Zicheng would indeed begin the selection for the heir. However, this selection could last for 1 or 2 years and could also last for 8 to 10 years or even a few million years. Who said that he had to decide instantly when he made the selection? He had been alive for billions of years, so how crafty and wily was he? No, how astute and circumspect was he? Lu Xianming sighed in relief. He had been worried that he too would face accounting, but unexpectedly not only was he safe, the selection for heir 3 years later would still progress as planned. He definitely, absolutely would defeat everyone else 3 years later, and return in boundless glory. As for now, he just had to keep a low profile. Even if someone stepped on his face, he could not react. He could not allow others to capture the slightest bit of chance to deal with him to avoid losing the right to contest. Yet he had thought too much. Whether it was Alchemist Zicheng or Ling Han, they had never taken him to heart before. Continue? Grandmaster Zicheng waved a hand and sat back down. He closed his eyes like he was a weary old man. But who would dare to underestimate him? He had sent a king tier of ascending origin tier away, and exiled a 4-star alchemist. Just how domineering without compare was this? The ceremony began. One after another, the representatives of 3-star forces and 4-star forces took their turns to approach to express their congratulations for Ling Han, as well as offer heavy gifts. At first, there were not so many, but seeing how Grandmaster Zicheng doted on Ling Han, they added a considerable number at the last moment. Ling Han was not reserved and accepted all he was given. The more the better. This caused Grandmaster Zicheng, who occasionally swept a glance over him, to feel incredibly gratified. His little disciple really had his bearing, valuing wealth as much as his own life. Good, very good. First, it was 4-star forces, and they were followed by 3-star forces. Those like the representatives of Lunar Sect and Beiyu clan all offered their congratulations, and gave rich gifts to Ling Han, but the expressions on their faces were naturally incredibly awkward. To deliver gifts and congratulate their enemy, and they had to be all smiles at that. This really made them feel awkward. But what could be done? He was the holy son of a 4-star force, and he could simply send out any ascending origin tier elite, and that would be enough to conquer them. Their only hope was that Ling Han could forget past events. You guys can prepare some more godly metal. I am a very forgetful person, Ling Han said, smiling slightly. The representative of the Lunar Sect and the others were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Ling Han would actually blackmail them in public? Thankfully, as long as you were willing to demand benefits, grudges were easily resolved. Furthermore, godly metal wasn't anything too valuable. Pseudo-divine metal was truly priceless, and divine metal was really exorbitant. There were not even many celestial kings that could take that out. The status of the Fu clan was comparatively too low. Their turn came at the very end, and only then were they allowed to offer their congratulations. Holy Son Ling, congratulations. Fu Gaoyun bowed deeply, his heart feeling incredibly rueful. Ling Han was really too amazing. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoyun looked dejected. When Ling Han and the Fu clan had turned hostile, it was already determined that there was absolutely no possibility for anything to develop between them. Ling Han deliberately conversed a while longer with Fu Gaoyun, giving him enough face. As expected, when Fu Gaoyun stepped back, a considerable number of people gathered around and asked him all sorts of questions. They were all probing into his relations with Ling Han. Being able to become a friend of this popular holy son, he was naturally worth enticing. In this way, it should be practically a sure thing that Fu Gaoyun would inherit the position of clan leader for the Fu clan in future. To friends, Ling Han had always been selfless. If he could help them, he would do all he could. Situ Xiaojun walked over, her expression filled with strong curiosity. You're a $. Stop. Ling Han hurriedly interrupted her. I'm perfectly fine, and there is no need for you to worry about me. Che, being so secretive, you must be guilty of something. Situ Xiaojun mumbled, yet Situ Tang pulled her to one side. Xiang Yan also gave Ling Han a few words of encouragement. In the past he had thought highly of Ling Han, but never could have imagined that Ling Han could become the holy son of Alchemy City one day, which made him feel very rueful. The ceremony lasted for 3 days, and Ling Han was tired from receiving the many gifts he had been given. After this ended, Ling Han immediately had the divine demon sword swallow all the godly metal. Unfortunately, it was still not enough to push the divine demon sword into the level of 4-star pseudo-divine metal. He and the Empress both began their seclusion. They all had the same goal, and that was to reach the peak stage of 4th severance first, and then break through to the 5th severance. Furthermore, Ling Han had another task, and that was to become a 2-star alchemist within 3 years, and try as hard as he could to reach 3rd refinement in his spirit refinement. In that way he would not be the slightest bit inferior to the other holy sons and holy daughters anymore, and it would be clear whose spirit refinement had higher standards by then. Ling Han first entered into the Black Tower, and began comprehending the 2-star pill recipe underneath the reincarnation tree. This had taken him 30,000 years, and then he entered into the time cultivation chamber to proceed on concocting alchemical pills. Occasionally he would ask for guidance from alchemist Zicheng, and because his improvement was rapid, Grandmaster Zicheng would treat him with care every time. This little disciple of his really could possibly become a 2-star alchemist 3 years later. Then he would not need to play any more tricks. He really could immediately select the heir, while he himself could retreat in peace, where he could concoct alchemical pills and teach disciples. That was right. He would have to let his little disciple have a few more children. He wanted to develop even more outstanding alchemists. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Han was in seclusion, he began to choose a consort for Ling Han. She definitely had to have a certain skill at alchemy. In this way, with the combination of the bloodlines of both father and mother, only would it be possible to have children that surpassed their parents. Ling Han naturally knew nothing of this. Otherwise, it was possible that he would flee out of Alchemy City. Inside the Black Tower, time flew by underneath the reincarnation tree. When 2.5 years had passed in the outside world, Ling Han finally succeeded, and concocted his first 2-star celestial pill. After informing Grandmaster Zi Qing, he did not stop, and immediately began his spirit refinement. Second refinement, this was the target that he had to reach. He did not neglect his cultivation either. Grandmaster Zi Qing was incredibly concerned about this little disciple of his, and bombarded him with cultivation resources like they were worth nothing. He did not use the resources of Alchemy City. The majority of it came from Grandmaster Zi Qing's own private pocket. It should be known that Grandmaster Zi Qing really had a good acumen for making money. As he was a 4-star Grandmaster, added with the accumulation of wealth over so many years, his wealth was unimaginable. And this had pushed Ling Han all the way to 4th Severance late stage. The Empress had reached the 4th Severance peak stage because she only had to focus on cultivation, but to break through to the 5th Severance was not something possible by just working hard on cultivation. A turning point was needed. And right at this time, a messenger arrived at Alchemy City. Chapter 1902, Yin Xianlu's Invitation. This messenger came from the Eternal Prosperity sect. When he came, it just happened to be the time that Ling Han would come out of seclusion after 3 days, which could be considered very coincidental. Because the name of the Eternal Prosperity sect was too famous, this messenger was allocated to stay 3 days on the 4th level. The moment Ling Han came out of seclusion, someone immediately went to inform him, and Ling Han temporarily had no plans of beginning the next step of seclusion, though he really couldn't be bothered to meet anyone at this time. After a while, a young man appeared. He was dressed in black robes and was in the 4th Severance, possessing a forceful heroic spirit. He was just a messenger, yet had the bearing of a king tier, which was proof of what kind of talent was under the command of Yin Xianlu. You really are putting on airs, actually making me wait for 3 days. When this black-robed young man spotted Ling Han, he immediately showed an expression of displeasure. Ha! Ling Han mocked in his heart and pointed at the doors as he said, "The doors are there. You can get lost now." The young man faltered involuntarily. He had not thought that Ling Han would be so direct and domineering. His face flushed red and turned green in the next instant. After a while, he finally said, "Ling Han, I have come under the command of the Lord Holy Sun." "Oh, which Holy Sun?" Ling Han asked indifferently. "Of course it is Holy Sun Yin Xianlu," the young man declared proudly. "Aside from my lord, who else in the Eternal Prosperity sect is worthy of the title of Holy Sun?" This boast was quite exaggerated, but it was also proof of how powerful Yin Xianlu was, as he actually didn't even have a single rival. "What is Yin Xianlu looking for me for?" Ling Han crossed his legs as if he had not heard clearly the words Yin Xianlu. The young man inhaled sharply and stared fixedly at Ling Han, looking stunned. "How outrageously bold are you to actually dare call Yin Xianlu's name directly?" He couldn't help but rebuke, "How dare you? How can the Holy Sun's name be called out directly by someone like you?" Ling Han sneered and said, "You came to my territory and are planning to teach me how to behave." The young man had a slight desire to make a move, but when he thought of Ling Han's grand feats in the past, he immediately dispensed with the thought. He was indeed a king tier, but compared to Zhao Qingfeng he was inferior by who knew how much, and even Zhao Qingfeng had been killed by Ling Han, so what was he worth then? If he made a move, that would only be delivering his head up on a silver platter. "Humph, when you see my lord, you will know just how big the gap is between you and Lord Holy Sun," the young man said proudly. He took out a letter and flicked it over to Ling Han. "My lord invites you for a meeting." Ling Han took the letter but did not immediately open it. A year later, the gathering of prodigies at Broken Clouds Mountain, the young man said, his expression filled with arrogance. "Ling Han, do you know that all those that could be invited by my lord are holy sons of celestial king tier level sects? You are the only exception. The details of the time and venue are all written in the letter, but first you have to be able to see it." He paused and then continued, "This is written personally by my lord." Written personally by Yin Xianlu? At first, Ling Han was unconcerned, but now he was interested and began to open the letter. There was a seal on top, representing that the envelope was untouched. When this seal was broken open, a frighteningly sharp qi was transmitted from within the envelope, as if it was capable of slicing the heavens apart. So powerful. Ling Han's heart clenched. When Xianlu wrote, he had to have left his martial intent on the letter, and now the details of the time and venue were all in the letter. Only those who could see it could set out there. This was a test. Xianlu had already invited you, but were you worthy of coming? A boundless majestic light surged out, and the house was immediately filled with patterns of great Tao, as if a supreme elite was about to charge out of the letter, and give Ling Han a fatal strike. A solemn expression spread across Ling Han's face, but the movements of his hands did not stop in the slightest as he continued to open the letter. That young man, though, could no longer bear it. He retreated continuously, and a sliver of admiration spread across his expression. Ling Han, who was bearing the brunt of it, looked completely fine while he retreated continuously. It was clear how wide the gap was between the two of them. No wonder he could kill Zhao Qingfeng, and managed to be personally invited by the Holy Sun. However, you have only opened the envelope and have not yet unfolded the letter. That is the true test. He watched quietly from the sidelines, and saw that Ling Han had already drawn out the letter that was inside. It had been folded 4 times over and was quite thin. Ling Han continued to open the letter. A golden light surged out, turning into a golden divine sword that struck out at Ling Han, and Ling Han casually extinguished it with a squeeze of his hand. He opened it again and a green-colored precious saber slashed out. He lowered his hand again, and the precious saber dispersed from his strike. At this time the letter was completely unfolded. An endless black halo surged out, turning into a fist filled with disdain for the whole world that struck out at Ling Han. One punch could shatter the heavens, suppress eternity, and dictate over the universe. Domineering and extremely proud. This was Xianlu's Tao, exuding endlessly with his conviction. Ling Han also shot out a punch. This was an unusual contest between the two of them. He could not depend on treasures like the divine demon sword, or he would fall into a disadvantage, and it would also cause his ambition for invincibility to waver. The two fists clashed. Ling Han's figure trembled slightly. He took 3 steps back, stopped, and then took another 7 steps back before he finally steadied his footing. And there were 10 footprints as deep as half a foot left clearly on the tiles beneath his feet. That black fist also shattered abruptly and turned back into a black halo, which then formed words, 3 Yang Peak, when the 3 stars align. These words only appeared for an instant before shattering abruptly and turning into nothing. Ling Han, the letter was already delivered. I will take my leave now, the young man said, a hint of admiration in his expression. To be able to sustain a strike from Lord Holy Sun, this strength was truly powerful. Of course, compared with Lord Holy Sun, he wasn't even worthy of picking up his shoes. It should be known that when the Holy Sun wrote the letter, it had only been done carelessly, and Ling Han had still taken 10 steps back, using his full effort. The comparison in strength could not be any clearer. Ling Han ignored him. He looked at that letter. Because Xianlu's martial intent had already seeped out completely, the letter had also become completely blank. If he could not sustain that punch, he would only see a blank letter. This was also where Xianlu was domineering. I would invite you, but were you worthy? A calm smile appeared on Ling Han's face, while the fighting spirit in his eyes blazed. To be honest, he was indeed no match for Xianlu at present. Merely from that punch previously, he already knew that Xianlu had definitely advanced into the 5th severance. Otherwise, he could not have that kind of power that could crush everything. If this was not just a letter that just bore a sliver of Xianlu's martial intent, but was rather a direct punch, then Ling Han would at least be throwing up a mouthful of blood. There is another year. I must break through to 5th severance. Ling Han mumbled. He had already decided that he would go. Perhaps Xianlu can give me enough pressure, allowing me to gain an opportunity to push open the doors to the 5th severance. The heavenly Tao Jade was not all-purpose. It only increased that slight sliver of hope for him. The crux of the matter was still on him. However, the priority now is to attain 2nd refinement. Half a year later, I will really be put to the test. Xianlu's matter should be set aside first. Ling Han rubbed his chin, feeling that his time had really been filled to the brim, and there was not enough to use at all. Chapter 1903, Selection begins. Ling Han continued his path of alchemy. His talent in alchemy was truly astonishing, and added with the fact that he had this kind of source power of wood like the reincarnation tree, he could have a few hundred times more time for appreciation as compared to others. A mere 5 months had passed, and he had already reached second refinement. The quality of this second refinement of mind should be good enough. Ling Han looked at the celestial pill that he had just concocted in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. 2 golden lines, one deeper and the other lighter, possessing an imposing air that could not be described. As his abilities in alchemy advanced into the level of a 2-star alchemist in second refinement, his skill in first refinement also greatly improved. Though he still could not compare to alchemist Zicheng, the gap between them would not be astonishingly huge. It should be known that Grandmaster Zicheng was a 4-star alchemist as well as in 7th refinement. This had to be credited to the effort that Ling Han had made in his first refinement, as he had strengthened his foundations to an incredibly sturdy extent, and also because he possessed his own method of spirit refinement that had leapt out of alchemist Zicheng's circle. From the very beginning, alchemist Zicheng would only explain the basic principles of spirit refinement to Ling Han, and not the detailed method. He had had the latter ponder it himself. Though this had caused Ling Han to spend a very long time on the first refinement, it was completely worth it. Ling Han broke into a smile, slightly proud of himself. However, the second refinement is already so difficult, so the 9th refinement would be unimaginably hard. Though he had reached second refinement so quickly, the further you went, the harder spirit refinement would be. Hence, 3rd refinement and 4th refinement was the limit for most alchemists. Only those who had attained 5th refinement would be called grandmasters. Ling Han went into seclusion again to fully stabilize his capacity at second refinement. And at the same time, the agreed time of 3 years that alchemist Zicheng had spoken of was also getting nearer and nearer. All the holy sons and holy daughters were all rolling up their sleeves, eagerly waiting for this day to come. Initially, Lu Xianming had the highest chance because his natural talent in alchemy was indeed slightly superior to the rest. However, he had the same weakness as Ling Han, and that was that his time for growth was not long enough. If he was given another 1 or 200 million years of time, then Lu Xianming would be able to gain enough of an advantage, but in a mere 3 years, he could not draw a clear distance between himself and the other holy sons and holy daughters. Thus, it was not just Lu Xianming that was holding his breath this time. It was the same for the others. Who would emerge as the final victor was still uncertain. On this day, Ling Han was still concocting alchemical pills, but he was interrupted. As it turned out, the time had arrived. The 10 holy sons and holy daughters had all been summoned to the alchemist pavilion to undergo the final selection for the heir. Perhaps there would be no more holy sons and holy daughters in Alchemy City after today, only the future chairperson. Ling Han exited alone. Though he was living in the alchemist pavilion itself was very, very colossal. He had still walked a very far distance before he finally arrived at Qingyang Pavilion. This was where Alchemy City would discuss major events. The 10 holy sons and holy daughters were all standing in the hall, waiting for what could possibly be the most important turn of fate of their lives. At this time, even the most subtle among them looked excited. This step could possibly head to heaven but also could possibly lead to hell. Ex-holy sons and ex-holy daughters were not important. Yet Ling Han was extremely calm. Firstly, he had enough confidence, and secondly, even if he could not become the chairperson of Alchemy City, he would not be too concerned either, because what he needed was just strength in both alchemy and cultivation. If he could become the chairperson of Alchemy City, the benefit was that it would be able to provide him with more cultivation resources, but it was just that. Alchemist Zicheng saw this and involuntarily smiled. This disciple of his really had the bearing of a general. Just look, others were almost killed by their anxiety, and only he was as steady as a mountain. With this comparison, Ling Han immediately stood out. In the hall, alchemists were gathered, but Alchemist Chu Yi and Alchemist Heavenly Heart, the 2 4-star alchemists, were absent. With their personalities, they would not be concerned about who would become the chairperson of Alchemy City. It was fine as long as he did not squander the wealth of his ancestors to nothing. And precisely because of this, they had supported Alchemist Zicheng's move to banish Lu Jin. Who asked you to collude with outsiders? Competition was fine, but betrayal was definitely not permitted. There were many 3-star alchemists, and they sat down in rows all around the hall. As for 2-star alchemists and 1-star alchemists, they did not qualify to sit down and could only stand. Their numbers were naturally even higher. As far as the eye could see, there were people all around. Alchemist Ziqing calmly announced, "Today is the day to select the future chairperson of Alchemy City, and among the 10 of you, one person will bear the heavy responsibility of leading our city in future. However, others cannot slack off either. You all are also the pillars of support for our city, and the city will ultimately have to depend on you in the future." "Yes, Lord Chairperson." The 10 holy sons and holy daughters all obeyed solemnly. The rules are very simple. You have to concoct a 2-star alchemical pill, at least with second refinement. A 3-star alchemical pill or a spirit refinement higher than second refinement will get additional marks. The concoction of the alchemical pill and quality of spirit refinement will also affect the final mark. Additionally, if the cultivation time in alchemy is extremely short, there will also be additional marks awarded. These final words were clearly prepared for Ling Han. Though Lu Xianming too had not immersed himself for a very long time in alchemy, and could also get additional marks, he definitely was far from being compared to Ling Han. Alchemist Ziqing glanced at the 10 people and then waved his hand. "Begin." He already knew Ling Han's abilities in alchemy, and thus was not bothered to set a few stages to make his decision. He might as well directly select his heir. Ling Han and the others entered into an alchemy chamber respectively. They were not restricted to concocting a specific alchemical pill, and were also allowed to fail, but the total time given was only slightly more than 3 months added with time acceleration. It was only 1 day's time in real time. The results would be clear a day later. Ling Han was not concerned with how the others would do. He was just like how he usually was, beginning his concoction step by step. In another alchemy chamber, Lu Xianming was filled with confidence. In a mere 3 years' time, even if the time cultivation chamber was taken into account, it was only 300 years. He did not believe that others could gain any massive improvement in this time, but he was different. In terms of strength in alchemy, he was not much inferior to the other holy sons and holy daughters in the first place, but if his cultivation time was taken into account as well, the additional credit would be enough to compensate for his shortcoming in alchemy. Most importantly, he had also obtained a piece of scarce earth essence. If it was used during spirit refinement, it could greatly increase the quality of spirit refinement. Similarly, conducting second refinement, if the final alchemical pill had the same number of stars, and the spirit refinement grade was also the same, then his advantage of being young would be reflected. The choice was based on potential in alchemist and not absolute strength. Otherwise, what 3-star alchemist here was not stronger than them? Another who was also filled with confidence like Lu Xianming was Jianghu. Though she did not have scarce earth essence, she was a dividing soul tier, and the rarest trait of hers was that when she advanced into Yang soul tier, the divided soul that she had gotten possessed attributes of both water and wood. This was extremely rare. If she was purely only a cultivator, then getting this divided soul meant that she was a weakling in battle, but for an alchemist, this was a precious treasure. This was her trump card. It had never been known by others, and that even included her master. Possessing this kind of divided soul, she had an affinity with the essence of plants, and for alchemy, this kind of effect was incredibly amazing. Thus, she had the confidence that she could concoct a supreme celestial pill. The effect of spirit refinement was also to increase the grade of the alchemical pill. If she could concoct the alchemical pill to a supreme grade right at the very first step, then even if the effects of her spirit refinement were slightly weaker, she would still be able to emerge as champion. Chapter 1904, Giving Up? There was another person filled with confidence, and that was O Kansas. He did not have any essence or any plant-aligned divided soul, but his skill in alchemy was indeed the most outstanding of all the holy sons and holy daughters. Though they were similarly 2-star alchemists, and similarly could only reach second refinement, the grade of his completed pill could reach high grade, surpassing the starting point of medium grade and low grade of the others, and in terms of spirit refinement, his standard of first refinement had gained the praise of all alchemists. Every round of spirit refinement was extremely important. It did not mean that second refinement was more important just because it was harder than first refinement. That was not the case. Every instance of spirit refinement was increasing the grade of the celestial pill. Every time was of utmost importance. It was just that after the first spirit refinement, it was as if the alchemical pill had also gained immunity, which led to the increase in difficulty of spirit refinement. With just his first refinement he was worthy enough to look down on 99% of all alchemists. Otherwise, how could he be able to become a holy son? And now these 10 people here each had to have their respective strengths. After all, holy daughters and holy sons represented the prestige of a force. In the alchemy chamber, the 10 of them first concocted celestial pills. Some were delighted, while some were distressed because they did not bear up to the pressure, and the grade of the alchemical pill that they had concocted was too poor. Originally they could have reached medium grade, and now it had actually fallen down to low grade. Among them, Ken was naturally the proudest of himself. The alchemical pill in his hands had reached high grade, which corresponded to his abilities. He had not performed below standard due to pressure. The position of future chairperson is definitely in the bag, he said at a volume that only he could hear. Ling Han, Lu Xianming, just you two wait. When I am promoted, that will be the day the two of you die. Compared to concocting alchemical pills, the time taken for spirit refinement would be much shorter. If one did not fail, half a day's time was enough, and second refinement would only need the short time of just a day. Thus, for those whose alchemical pill had not reached their expected grade, they began their second refinement. The time of slightly over 3 months was enough for everyone to concoct their pills 3 times. Additionally, spirit refinement only needed to fail, and it would mean the alchemical pill was worthless. Thus, even for those who had concocted alchemical pills that were ideal, they would have to concoct a few more in response to the possibility of failure of spirit refinement. However, they were not in a rush. They completely could concoct pills, spirit refine, and decide whether to continue concocting the next cauldron of alchemical pills based on the circumstances. A month later, Ken was the first to end his test. He pushed open the doors of the alchemy chamber and walked out, his face wearing an incredibly confident smile. For the pill that he had concocted, the basic grade was high grade, and had undergone 2 times of spirit refinement. Its first refinement was perfect and second refinement was ordinary. Altogether, this result was a great breakthrough. Hence, that was why he was so filled with confidence. After merely a while, Lu Xianming also pushed open the doors and walked out similarly filled with confidence, his hand bearing an alchemical pill. The starting point of the alchemical pill he had concocted was medium grade, but because it had merged with the scarce earth essence, it had reached perfection after 2 rounds of spirit refinement. This was more or less the same result as Ken's, but his advantage was that he was younger. If their results were the same, it would naturally be him winning. Another while later, Jianghu also came out. Her expression was filled with weariness, but her eyes were extremely bright. She was holding a celestial pill in her hand, and she had sealed the aura of the alchemical pill with her own cultivation so that it did not seep out, and did not show the alchemical pill to others. She wanted to astound everyone instantly. None of them were anxious, and all were filled with self-confidence as they turned to look towards the remaining 7 alchemy chambers. These were alchemy chambers that were deliberately used for observation and competition. Thus, the walls on all 4 sides were transparent to viewers on the outside, yet those inside could not see what was outside. In this way, those outside could observe, while at the same time those that were inside could focus without distraction. What is he doing? Someone suddenly pointed to the alchemy chamber that Ling Han was in, his expression incredibly astonished. That was because after Ling Han had concocted an alchemical pill, he actually looked it over, gave a few sniffs, and then directly squeezed it to nothing. This definitely could not be a failed pill. Firstly, if the pill concoction had failed, there could not possibly have been an alchemical pill left behind, and secondly, from the color and luster of this alchemical pill, it had to have reached the extent of medium grade at least, and Ling Han actually destroyed it. What did that mean? Everyone heard him and turned to look in that direction. They were all extremely stunned and did not understand what Ling Han was playing at. Were you giving up? Humph. Lu Xianming, Jianghu and Ken all looked cold. This brat was indeed incapable. It had only been a mere 3 years, so what heights could he actually manage to reach? The pill concocted had to be a 1-star alchemical pill, and that was why he had directly destroyed it to avoid being embarrassed. Then why had he still come then? What a joke, such a huge ruckus had been caused previously, so if he cowered now, how would he be able to face others in future? Thus he pretended to concoct an alchemical pill. In any case, he was in a separate room, so everyone could only see if he had successfully concocted an alchemical pill or not, but had no idea exactly what kind of alchemical pill he had concocted. Thus, he could completely use something inferior to pull a bluff over their eyes. There was absolutely no need to treat him as a worthy rival. Aside from Ling Han, the other 6 people did not immediately come out either. Instead, after they had completed their pill, they began concocting the second alchemical pill, hoping to concoct a better alchemical pill, and improve their spirit refinement so that their results could be improved. Another month later, another 3 holy sons pushed open the doors and exited, and now there were only 4 people left that were still continuing to concoct alchemical pills. Unexpectedly, Ling Han concocted his second cauldron of celestial pill, and then destroyed it himself again. As expected, what this guy had concocted had to be a 1-star alchemical pill, and that was why he did not dare to show the alchemical pill he had concocted to others at all. Not only Lu Xianming and the others had this kind of thought, even the many alchemists gathered here thought the same. Only alchemist Ziqing showed a hint of admiration. He naturally knew of Ling Han's strength in making alchemical pills. The alchemical pill that he had concocted the first 2 times definitely had to reach 2 stars, and the latest grade was definitely better than the last, so why had he destroyed it then? This was Ling Han giving himself pressure, forcing himself to make a breakthrough in a very short amount of time. For the third cauldron, he not only had to succeed, but the grade of the completed pill had to further improve as well. He was really harsh on himself. Alchemist Ziqing really admired this disciple of his too much. Even if others were going to concoct 3 cauldrons, the completed pill of the last 2 cauldrons would definitely not be discarded either. Instead, they would choose the best out of the 3 cauldrons. As for Ling Han, he had forced himself into dire straits, but at the same time, this was also proof of Ling Han's strong self-confidence. He would definitely produce better results from this third cauldron. Only one that had this kind of self-confidence and determination was worthy of being his disciple and ascending to the pinnacle of alchemy. Alchemist Ziqing stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Even if Ling Han had really failed, he would think of some way to resolve this issue. So what? I am that shameless. If you can come and bite me. Lu Xianming and the others were even more contemptuous. It had been a mere 3 years, and there was indeed no need to take Ling Han seriously as a rival. They had really thought too highly of this person. Ling Han thought of nothing else and focused completely on alchemy. At present, his spirit was in a kind of incredibly subtle condition, close to being ethereal. This filled him with confidence. Every cauldron of alchemical pill he concocted would be better than the last. When he concocted his third cauldron, he had the urge to destroy it and concoct another cauldron again, but he suddenly recalled with a shiver that this was a test, and he could not afford to be rash anymore. He quickly stopped and began spirit refinement. There were a total of 3 completed pills in this cauldron. After Ling Han's first refinement, he shook his head and directly tossed the alchemical pill. Then he drew out the second one and continued spirit refinement, but in the end he had still thrown it away. There was only the last one left. Chapter 1905, Exit. Ling Han was the type that would be more motivated the more pressure he was under. Only the last alchemical pill was left. He instead broke out into a smile, a completely calm expression appearing on his face. As his hands moved, he began. Outside, aside from Ling Han, the other 9 people had all completed their pill concoction and spirit refinement, and there was only a slight bit of time left before the deadline of 1 day. However, in the alchemy chamber, because of the effects of time acceleration, it was enough to allow Ling Han to complete 2 times of spirit refinement. Everyone's eyes were drawn over. Just playing up the show. Lu Xianming's expression was filled with disdain. Ling Han's first 2 times of spirit refinement were only limited to first refinement, and then he had thrown the alchemical pill away. What did this mean? It had to be that he could only accomplish first refinement, and that was why he had deliberately thrown them away to conceal the fact that his abilities were inadequate. Right. This guy had merely used 4 to 5 years' time to accomplish first refinement, and this was extremely amazing, but the problem here was that the starting point of the test was 2-star alchemical pill and second refinement. Then, no matter how perfect your first refinement was, or how little time you had spent on alchemy, so what? This was also the reason why Lu Jin wanted to make an agreement of 3 years with alchemist Ziqing. That was because no matter how freakishly prodigious Ling Han was, he could not possibly attain second refinement in such a short amount of time. Even alchemist Ziqing was slightly nervous. Ling Han really did not have the slightest way out now. He would have to succeed or die trying. The more he cared, the more worried he was. If it was he himself that was concocting an alchemical pill, he would instead be more confident, but now he was so nervous that there was sweat on the palms of his hands. This little disciple was really capable of making things exciting. First refinement complete. A smile spread across Ling Han's face. In the recent half a year, he had been increasing his skill at first refinement gradually to a perfect level. Furthermore, it was established on his own method. This was astonishing as it meant that it was possible that he could create a system of spirit refinement that was solely his. At first, there were still some minor flaws, but after the last few imperfect spirit refinements, and under massive pressure, he had successfully completed the promotion. First refinement, perfect. Let's begin second refinement. Ling Han flicked his hand, and the celestial pill immediately danced. Multiple flashes of fire flew out from his palm, turning into many strings that interwove together behind the celestial pill like a spider's web. Ling Han was extremely focused. He had forgotten that this was a test, and was only purely refining this alchemical pill. Ethereal, natural, and close to great Tao. After they saw this scene, a great many alchemists were moved with shock. This kind of state was extremely hard to come by, and could enable the alchemical pill produced to reach a higher level than usual, as if the heaven and earth itself was providing aid. In that case, great Tao would naturally be extracted easily, interweaving and resonating with the medicinal effects. Gods, in such a heavily pressured atmosphere like a test, this brat was actually still capable of entering into an ethereal state. Fuck. They really didn't know whether to say this brat had zero interest in fame and profit, or was born just for alchemy. This was really fuck star. The expressions of Lu Xianming and the others changed drastically. Ling Han could actually accomplish second refinement. This was the second refinement. That was no joke. How could that be? Merely 3 years had passed, and it might be that he had not attained even first refinement, so how could he do second refinement? But facts spoke louder than words. They were rendered completely speechless. They only hoped that the grade of the alchemical pill that Ling Han had concocted was not too high, and the standard of his second refinement was not much either. I think, just based on the fact that Holy Sun Ling could enter into an ethereal state under such conditions, he is worthy of becoming the chairperson of Alchemy City, someone suddenly spoke up. That's right. This is really too rare. A considerable number of others expressed their agreement. That is inappropriate. Naturally, there would be others raising an objection. A test is a test. What could be accomplished without rules? That's right. Don't tell me that he would not be able to shine in Alchemy City without becoming chairperson? This opinion also gained the support of quite a number of people. The people on both sides broke into an argument. Though neither side could convince the other for the moment, it still caused Lu Xianming and the others to pale in shock. There had never been a case like this. The test had not ended, and about half the number already had someone that they supported. It should be known that there was still alchemist Zicheng behind Ling Han, and he only had to say something at this point to support Ling Han, and then that definitely was enough to make the final decision. Fortunately, alchemist Zicheng was expressionless all this while and did not say anything. He was filled with confidence in Ling Han, and was completely disdainful of using this kind of little tricks. Of course, if Ling Han really failed in his spirit refinement, he would not mind using his influence to change the views of some people. Don't tell him that the strength of the disciple that he had taught still had to be doubted. Inside the alchemy chamber, a day's time passed quietly. Ling Han stretched out his hand and grabbed. Boom, the 9 heavens flames surged, wrapping around the celestial pill. The flames were ferocious, as if they were about to turn the celestial pill into ash. Right at this moment, Ling Han suddenly moved again, and Xianin source water was channeled. Fire and water were incompatible, and the might of the 9 heavens flame was immediately restrained. With ice and fire on either side, the interweaving of extreme cold and extreme heat could create an amazing change. This was Ling Han's understanding of alchemy and pharmacology. Boom, the ice and fire surged, and then peace was restored. Ling Han's brow wrinkled in a frown. He felt a kind of urge to destroy this alchemical pill. It was actually just a little bit away from being absolutely perfect. He had at first thought both times of spirit refinement could be perfect, which made him feel that it was a great pity, and he wanted nothing more than to begin concocting another cauldron. He failed? Lu Xianming and the others thought. No. If he had failed, the alchemical pill would have been destroyed. This was spirit refinement. It had to be that the quality of spirit refinement was not good enough, and that was why he had such a sour expression. The other 9 holy sons and holy daughters slightly steadied their emotions. The failure this time had to be capable of dealing a heavy blow to Ling Han's popularity. Subsequently, Ling Han also pushed open the doors and exited. Alchemist Ziqing opened his mouth and said, "Since everyone is done, we will begin assessing the grade of the alchemical pills." He paused and then called out a few names. Luo Ying Zi Gong Gong Tian, the 10 of you are in charge of the examination. Yes. 10 alchemists walked out and they were all 3-star alchemists. After gradually assigning pills, they stood in front of a holy son or holy daughter each, and then began their examination together. The time for pill concoction was very long, but examination would only need a short while, what more when these 10 people were all 3-star alchemists. But there were serious implications involved in the selection of the future chairperson of Alchemy City, so they repeatedly examined a few times over before coming to a final conclusion. Report the results according to the order in which they came out, Grandmaster Ziqing said calmly. Holy Sun Oaken has concocted a Blue Peak Spirit Transformation pill. Among 2-star alchemical pills, the difficulty level is medium, and the grade of the completed pill is high grade. First refinement is perfect, and the second refinement is ordinary, a 3-star alchemist immediately reported. Grandmaster Ziqing nodded and said, "Then we'll use this result as the basis and determine it as 10 marks, to be subtracted or added for subsequent grading." Agreed. All the alchemists nodded. Since there was comparison to be done, there definitely had to be material for reference. Holy Sun Lu Xianming has concocted the Jade Bone pill. Among 2-star alchemical pills, the difficulty level is below average. The grade of the completed pill is medium grade. First refinement is perfect and second refinement is also perfect, the second alchemist announced. Grandmaster Ziqing paused slightly and said, "The difficulty level and the grade of the completed pill are both a bit low, but the 2 times of spirit refinement are both perfect. Furthermore, Lu Xianming has stepped into the path of alchemy for but 200 million years, which is extra credit, and the final mark is 11 marks. Any objections?" Okan's expression paled abruptly. He had not thought he would have lost so quickly. Agreed. All the alchemists nodded. Alchemist Ziqing did not deliberately suppress Lu Xianming just because he was Lu Jin's disciple. He really was a person of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Yet Ling Han snickered internally. What noble character and unquestionable integrity did this master of his have? He was just certain that Ling Han would win, and had thus deliberately done this. Since he could win himself some popularity, why not? Wily Fox, oh no, very astute and deep foresight. Chapter 1906. Ling Han ascends to the apex. Holy daughter Jianghu has concocted Earth Replenishment Pill. Among 2-star alchemical pills, the difficulty level is high. The grade of the completed pill is peak grade, and first refinement is ordinary, second refinement is ordinary, the third alchemist reported. As his words fell, a commotion rose up among the crowds. For a 2-star alchemist to concoct an alchemical pill of high difficulty, and still actually manage to reach the extent of peak grade, this was too exaggerated. Astonishing, too astonishing. Even Grandmaster Ziqing showed an expression of appreciation, and said to Jianghu, "You have advanced into dividing soul tier 300,000 years ago. Could it be that your first divided soul is an embodiment of one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth?" As expected of a Grandmaster alchemist. He had immediately guessed the reason, but as for the exact elemental alignment, even he could not possibly make an accurate judgment. Yes. Jianghu immediately replied respectfully. "My young soul is the essence of water and wood." Essence of water and wood. Everyone showed expressions of envy. This kind of young soul definitely did not have the slightest benefit for battle or cultivation, but for alchemists, it was like a precious gift bestowed by the gods. Only a fire and wood divided soul or earth and wood divided soul could match that. This definitely could greatly add extra credit for her. Grandmaster Ziqing paused slightly and then said, "Comprehensive mark is 11. Jianghu was slightly disappointed, but now she shared first place with Lu Xianming, and had surpassed Kansas. Then she really didn't have any other rivals. In the future, it would be a contest between only her and Lu Xianming. And she was a water and wood dividing soul tier. As her cultivation level increased, the benefits of that in alchemy would gradually be exhibited, and she would become even more brilliant and dazzling. Lu Xianming was definitely no match for her. Okim was even more disappointed. He knew that the position of chairperson was already incredibly far from him. All of a sudden he was completely disheartened and collapsed on the ground, not knowing what kind of expression he should wear. The 4th place, the 5th place and the 6th place, the 10 alchemists all reported the grade of the alchemical pill they had respectively examined, while Grandmaster Ziqing gave a grade. He showed no bias to anyone, winning everyone's respect. Finally it was Ling Han's turn. Holy Sun Ling Han has concocted Heavenly Flame Pill. Among 2-star alchemical pills the difficulty level is high. The grade of the completed pill is high grade. The first refinement is perfect, second refinement is perfect, the 10th alchemist announced. What? Everyone erupted in uproar. Though the alchemical pill that Ling Han had concocted was slightly inferior to Jianghu's, it had also reached high grade, and added with his age in alchemy, that definitely could compensate for the gap between the two of them. In fact he could even surpass her. And his 2 times of spirit refinement were actually both perfect. That was not right. Weren't you just frowning? Didn't you mess up? Grandmaster Ziqing couldn't help but smile, and seeing doubtful expressions appear on quite a number of faces, he said, "The 10 of you can all come and examine." The other 9 3-star alchemists hurriedly gathered round. They could not believe that if they did not personally see it with their own eyes. But not a while later all of them looked stunned, and felt a kind of reverence for a prodigy, even if Ling Han's present skill of alchemy was inferior to theirs. First refinement is perfect and flawless, but there is a slight flaw with the second refinement, though it can still be considered perfect. The 10 alchemists discussed for a while, and announced the final conclusion. They did not mention the grade of the completed pill, so they had to be certain about it. I don't believe it. Lu Xianming called out in spite of himself. There was no need for Grandmaster Ziqing to give a grade. Everyone knew that Ling Han had already won, and furthermore, he had not surpassed the other holy sons and holy daughters by just a bit either. Humph, this is the conclusion of all 10 of us. How could you be allowed to doubt us? A 3-star alchemist said without being the slightest bit polite. Just how many 4-star alchemists were there? Though Lu Xianming was a holy son, his future accomplishment should only be limited to being a 3-star alchemist, and added with the fact that he was only a 2-star alchemist at present, what right did he have to doubt the united conclusion of 10 3-star alchemists? You're not convinced? Get lost, there is no need for you to be convinced. Grandmaster Ziqing nodded and said, I give Ling Han 15 marks. Does anyone object? Everyone exchanged looks. They all thought that it was absolute that Ling Han had surpassed Lu Xianming in Jianghu, but it was not to the high extent of 15 marks. 12 to 13 marks should be just about it. But it did not affect the result in any case, so what need was there to dampen Grandmaster Ziqing's spirits? It was his disciple, after all, so it was understandable that he wanted to lift him up to a higher position. Unfortunately, they did not truly understand. Grandmaster Ziqing had given Ling Han 15 marks not because he wanted to deliberately raise Ling Han higher, but because he had taken the method of spirit refinement that Ling Han had invented into account. Just for that alone, it was definitely reasonable to add another 2 or 3 marks. No matter what, Ling Han had won with a completely undisputed advantage. Let me announce that the future chairperson of Alchemy City will be Ling Han. Grandmaster Ziqing said, his voice rolling out like thunder, ringing out through every corner of all 5 levels of Alchemy City. 300 million years later, I will leave my office and Ling Han will inherit. Yes. In the hall, everyone bowed low. The replacement of the older generation with the new generation had been successfully completed, and Ling Han's potential also made everyone believe that this boy would definitely be able to become a 4-star alchemist in the future, and might in fact even surpass Grandmaster Ziqing. Even if he could not become a 5-star alchemist, perhaps he could reach 8th refinement and spirit refinement. Everyone left in turns, and both Qin Guyu and Lu Xianming stared at Ling Han venomously. If it were not for Ling Han's sudden rise to power, they would have had a chance to become the chairperson of Alchemy City. But this step could either be to heaven or to hell. Congratulations, Holy Son Ling. The other holy sons and holy daughters all came over to express their congratulations. They knew that they would be living in Ling Han's shadow in the future. Unless they were willing to leave Alchemy City, they would definitely have to bow their heads in front of Ling Han. Ling Han nodded at everyone with a slight smile. In the first place, he was a very magnanimous person. Holy Son Ling Han also walked over. Though his face was still indescribably pale, he still congratulated Ling Han. When it came down to it, this result was something that he could better accept because he had already been struck heavily in the very beginning, but in a surprising turn of events, neither Lu Xianming nor Jianghu managed to be promoted to the position, which made him feel considerably better. Ling Han looked at him smilingly. In the beginning, Kan was very arrogant. He had wanted to recruit him, and when he had not succeeded, he had threatened him and had even come up with malicious ideas against him. All the events of yesterday should be buried yesterday. From today onwards, I am willing to follow Holy Son Ling and exert effort for the growth of Alchemy City. Kan knelt on a single knee as he announced his loyalty to Ling Han. Was it true surrender or a deliberate move to get nearer to him for the sake of a conspiracy? A confident smile spread across Ling Han's face. He had the generous spirit that could accommodate everyone in this world. However, if anyone wanted to stay by his side and still bear disloyalty, then don't blame him for being cruel and merciless as he erased all of them. Good, then let's work together. Ling Han helped Kan up and Kan smiled. It seemed as if the grudges between them had all died out with this smile, but whether Kan had truly been sincere, it was up to time to decide. One might know a person for a very long time, but still not understand his true character after all. Subsequently, there would naturally be a celebration hosted in the city. They did not invite outsiders this time round. It would have to wait for another 300 million years later when alchemist Zicheng left his office, and Ling Han succeeded his position. Then they would definitely invite the whole world. That was something for the future. 5 days later, the craze dissipated, and Ling Han began preparations to set out for his meeting with Xianlu. Chapter 1907. The Place of Achieving Tao of Celestial King Tier. Ling Han was a very restless person. He had a very strong interest in alchemy, but was also very interested in cultivation. For the time being, the problem was that he had encountered a great dilemma in cultivation. Fifth severance was definitely not something attained through thinking hard. Xianlu had invited all the prodigies of the world so they could study cultivation together. There was definitely no shortage of top-tier prodigies among them. If he could spar with these people, Ling Han was sure that it should be of great help to his breaking through to the fifth severance. Furthermore, Xianlu was definitely a fifth severance. If he could spar with him head-on, it would definitely help him to analyze the profound mysteries of fifth severance. Thus, he was definitely going to keep this appointment. At present, alchemy was only his interest, and cultivation was what truly determined his fate. He had not forgotten small towers and the large black dog's worries about the future. In the future there would be frighteningly powerful enemies. To say nothing of standing against them, just to know who this powerful enemy was, he still had to reach Celestial King Tier first. When a holy son, and furthermore one that was to be the future chairperson, set out, it naturally was not something casual. Grandmaster Zicheng had initially wanted to send out a warship for Ling Han, but was met with refusal from Ling Han. The warship was too huge a target. Even if it was of 4-star level and could suppress all Immortal Palace tiers, the result was extremely hard to determine against Ascending Origin tier. Furthermore, there were Celestial King tiers among the people that Ling Han had offended. What if the Thundercloud Celestial King or Purple River Celestial King made a move on Ling Han on a sudden whim? It was best to keep a lower profile. Furthermore, without any attendants or any warship, Ling Han could enter into the Black Tower whenever he liked. He did not need to hide from anyone. Lord Holy Son, can you take me with you so I can gain some experience? Bewitching Maiden Ro approached, her face bearing a fawning smile. Ling Han was becoming better and better as time passed. Furthermore, he was a sure bet to become the future chairperson of Alchemy City. This position was too important, and he could just about decide the flow of alchemical pills in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm. Hence, she definitely had to cling on tight to Ling Han. Whether the Purity Sect would be able to keep the structure of a 3-star force in the future and reach 4 stars was all dependent on her now. Ling Han put on a fake smile. This bewitching maiden's smile was too false. He could tell with a single glance that she was just doing it for show. Please, aren't you begging me now? Fine then. As long as you attend my husband's bed tonight, we'll bring you along, the Empress interrupted. Sister, you are teasing me again. By now, bewitching Maiden Ro had also gained some strength to resist in front of the Empress. In front of sister's exquisite beauty, I feel inferior. How could I dare to claim a connection with Lord Holy Sun? Heh. The Empress smirked coldly, gripped bewitching Maiden Ro's chin and said, "You either obediently become a member of the Ling clan, or stop thinking of any other ideas." Sister. Bewitching Maiden Ro put on a display of being pitiful. The Empress was unmoved. It was useless to be pretentious in front of her. Aside from Ling Han, she cared nothing for anyone in this world. Wasn't it a joke to want to gain her sympathy? Bewitching Maiden Ro, having courted a rebuff, could only develop sisterly relations with the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and it was unknown what tricks she had played, but she actually really had the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden treat her like a sister, and she also managed to shamelessly follow the three of them. You see, I only wish to stay together with my dear sister. Ling Han and his group left very quietly. Perhaps Lu Xianming and Jianghu were not willing to resign themselves to reality. They only had to send out some information that Ling Han had left Alchemy City, and there would definitely be a great many people that wished to take Ling Han's life. For example, Ba Yao. He could tell that Ling Han had hidden some kind of treasure, and definitely would not be willing to give up easily. Inside Alchemy City, there was still Grandmaster Zicheng suppressing him, but if Ling Han was left alone, who else would be able to intimidate him? And there was also the old demon Blood Shadow. He had initially planned to wait 10 million years, but who would have imagined that Ling Han would only need a mere 5 years' time to become the future chairperson of Alchemy City? He definitely would come to seek Ling Han out and demand the natural peach seal. It could not be helped. Who asked that Ling Han's present strength to be too low? Grandmaster Zicheng had advised Ling Han before to obediently stay in Alchemy City as he was sure that no one would dare make a move on him here, but how could Ling Han possibly obey? The reason he had stepped on the path of cultivation was so he could grasp his own fate. How could he be willing to hide in a single place and be protected by others? The four of them left Alchemy City quietly, heading all the way to Broken Clouds Mountain. Their destination was 180,000 miles away from Alchemy City. It was of course impossible that Ling Han and his group would be walking there on foot. Very quickly they boarded a massive ship to travel on it. Broken Clouds Mountain was in the territory of the Eternal Prosperity Sect. And not only was the Eternal Prosperity Sect a Celestial King tier-level great sect, the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King himself was a frightening existence of 8th Heaven Celestial King tier. The territory under the reign of the Eternal Prosperity Sect was astonishingly colossal. To say nothing of this trip needing a very long period of time, even if they had entered into the Eternal Prosperity Sect, the trip to Broken Clouds Mountain would also need a considerably large amount of time. The celestial realm was too huge and celestial beings had unlimited lifespan, so there would not be anyone grumbling about wasting so much time on traveling. 4 months later, Ling Han and his group finally entered into the territory of the Eternal Prosperity Sect. They did not immediately disembark from the ship, but rather traveled another 12+ days and then disembarked. At this time, there was only about a 7 days trip by foot to Broken Clouds Mountain. This time naturally pertained to severing mundane tiers. Dividing soul tier elites naturally did not need such a long time. The Eternal Prosperity Sect, prosperous for all ages. The Eternal Prosperity Celestial King was a supreme elite that had already existed since at least an epoch ago. Wherever his name had spread, it was completely peaceful. In this vast area, there was not a single criminal or mountain bandit. A single thought from a Celestial King, and he could send out doppelgangers of his divine sense in various places all around the world. Below Celestial King tier there was no one that could match him. Hence, this area was naturally completely clean and crime-free. Here, there were extraordinarily beautiful mountains and rivers that could be seen everywhere. Some peaks were floating in midair due to some mysterious force, and they were indescribably majestic. There was no difference of night and day in the celestial realm, but the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King had used a powerful technique to create a sun, differentiating day and night. Just like his great name, wherever the sun shone, his power could reach. A few days later, Ling Han and his group arrived at a massive range of mountains. And this was Broken Clouds Mountain. It had the word broken in its name not because this was a low mountain range or they had broken in half, but rather because they were too tall, so tall that they had broken the clouds in the skies, and that was why they were called Broken Clouds Mountains. There were about 100 such peaks, and the one that Ling Han and his group wanted to go to was Three Yang Peak. Three Yang Peak was not the highest mountain peak in the Broken Clouds Mountains, but was the most famous. That was because this was where the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King had taken the last step and become a Celestial King. It had an unmatched historical significance. When a Celestial King was born, he naturally left behind his immortal aura here. If one comprehended Tao here, he might not be enlightened and achieve Tao himself, but there still had to be some benefits. But the Eternal Prosperity sect did not establish this place as private property, forbidding outsiders from entering. On the other hand, everyone could come here, but the prerequisite was that they would have to be worthy of ascending the mountain. Where a Celestial King achieved Tao, it was inevitable that it would affect the channeling of heaven and earth. Three Yang Peak was naturally not a peak that everyone could climb. It was said that only true king tiers could be worthy of getting approval from heaven and earth, and ascend this holy land of achieving Tao. Ling Han had found out this information in a city before entering into the mountains, and couldn't help but feel very interested. The place where a Celestial King had achieved Tao, what kind of amazing traits would it have? Chapter 1908, At the Foot of the Mountain. There was already not much time left until the agreed time with Xianlu. Ling Han hurried and continued to increase his abilities in alchemy. In cultivation he had already reached the 4th Severance Peak stage, and there was no further possibility that he could improve any further. Neither he nor the Empress had refined the heavenly Tao Jade, but they were instead waiting for an opportunity. For example, when they were fighting with first-rate prodigies, and could directly feel the aura of a 5th Severance, then if they were to refine the heavenly Tao Jade at that moment, they perhaps might be able to succeed in one go. Other mountain rocks could attack Jade, so Ling Han lingered on alchemy. Perhaps he could gain a breakthrough in alchemy, and while he was at it, open the doors to the next stage in his cultivation. Bewitching Maiden Ro was very expectant. The circles that she mixed around in were initially only the holy daughters and holy sons of 3-star forces, and now not only had she advanced to the level of 5-star forces, she could get an invitation from Xianlu even. There was definitely not any heir of any random Celestial King tier sect that was worthy of that. It definitely had to be top-notch Emperor tiers, stronger than even Zhao Qingfeng. Otherwise, they would only be worthy of becoming his subordinates. How could they be worthy of becoming his esteemed guests? Xianlu, exactly what kind of prodigy is he? Both Ling Han and the Empress were very curious. Ever since they entered into the Eternal Prosperity sect, there was talk everywhere about the legend of Xianlu, and it was like he was a second Eternal Prosperity Celestial King. No one doubted that Xianlu could become a Celestial King, and everyone was rather wondering exactly what heights he would be able to attain in future. 5th heaven? 7th heaven? 8th heaven? Or even 9th heaven? At the foot of Three Yang Peak, people gradually came, but not a single person climbed the mountain. Because there was not a single person that could ascend. Ling Han had tried previously. He too could not ascend. There was a supreme pressure, and even the 9 heavens flame and Shenin source water could not resist it. That was because this was not purely pressure, but also contained the martial intent of a supreme elite. To say the least, even if it was just pure pressure, it had originated from an 8th heaven Celestial King, and even the source power of heaven and earth was only Celestial King tier level, but there were still 9 heavens in Celestial King tier. Perhaps it could only be comparable to the 1st heaven or possibly 9th heaven. The possibility that it could resist an 8th heaven Celestial King was extremely low. How was he going to go up then? Even these 2 source powers of heaven and earth were completely helpless. Then even if Xianlu was at 5th Severance, Ling Han did not believe that the former could set foot. Perhaps this place could not be entered at any time, but rather one had to wait for the time that it opened like some kind of mystery realm. The day the Eternal Prosperity Celestial King achieved Tao. It should be this one day, and that was why Xianlu had said when the 3 stars aligned. There were more and more people coming, and they all waited at the side. Some indeed attempted to ascend the mountain, but they were very soon defeated with flushed faces and ears. In the face of Celestial King tier level pressure, no matter what kind of supreme prodigy you were, you could only feel powerless and incompetent. The Empress and Bewitching Maiden Ro drew looks. There was no need to mention Bewitching Maiden Ro. She was born delicate and extremely lovely. Though she was not ****, her index of attraction was still off the charts. The Empress still kept a very low profile, and wore a piece of white muslin on her pretty face, covering her exquisite beauty. However, her perfect figure and incomparable bearing could not be concealed in any form or manner. Her attraction was definitely not inferior to bewitching Maiden Rose. Since they had the free time now, a great many people began to admire these two women. Some were more reserved while some were incredibly direct. They were just looking boldly, completely unrestrained in their attention. Looking was a right that belonged to everyone, but just staring straight on like that, was that appropriate? Ling Han strode forwards and arrived in front of a man. "Hey, you're blocking me." This was a young man with a large, tall build. He had a head of dark blue hair, and there were two horns on his head that were similarly exuding a dark blue light. Ling Han frowned and said, "If you keep staring at someone like that, it is very impolite." "Haha." The blue-haired youth hollered in laughter, then looked at Ling Han and said, "Ugly, have you heard the saying that only heroes are worthy of beauties?" "Oh, are you a hero?" Ling Han asked evenly. "That's right. I, Zhu Shuiga, am the strongest prodigy in this world." The blue-haired youth stuck out a finger and tapped his chest. "Hee, how boastful of you." Ling Han had not said anything when he heard someone else interrupt coldly. "Among those who were invited here, which of them was not a supreme prodigy? It should be known that even Zhao Qingfeng was only Yan Xianlu's subordinate, and was not worthy of becoming his guest. For this kind of emperor tier, or in fact monarch tier, who would yield to another? And who the hell are you?" Zhu Shuiga turned around, shouting at that person, his tone very unfriendly. This young man who had interfered proudly declared, "Lu Feizhang." "Never heard of you." Zhu Shuiga snorted. "Then now you know, and you will remember it for the rest of your life, because I am the person that will bestow terrible defeat on you." Lu Feizhang moved aggressively, stretching out his left hand, which turned into a gigantic golden beast's claw, clawing out at Zhu Shuiga. "Haha, you are asking for your own humiliation here." Zhu Shuiga did not cower in the slightest. With him brandishing both arms, a dark blue ocean appeared, and there was the sound of massive waves crashing against the coast, greeting the incoming attack with earth-shattering power. Boom. The two young prodigies broke into a great battle. Both of them were outstanding characters in the Severing Mundane tier, and even if neither of them had reached 5th Severance, they had traveled a very far distance in the empty vacuum between Severing Mundane tier and Dividing Soul tier, so their battle prowess was incredibly astonishing. Ling Han was shocked. Why had someone stolen his business? He rubbed his chin. Could it be that he really had a halo of bad luck? Otherwise, why had everything been all well just now, but when he had just spoken a few words, there would be someone coming to blows fiercely? Though he was very restless and very much wanted to make a movie, had been concocting alchemical pills over these 3 years, and did not have a chance to move at all, after all was disdainful of joining forces with another, and besides he could not bring himself to make a move on Lu Feizhang, so he could only step back in great disappointment. "Yo, does Lord Holy Sun want to fly into a rage for the sake of his lover?" Bewitching Maiden Ro laughed lightly, covering her mouth with a hand. Her beautiful figure shook seductively, and was incredibly captivating. "Unfortunately, someone has snatched your business from you. Do you believe that I will spank you?" Ling Han threatened. "Could you bring yourself to?" Bewitching Maiden Ro looked at him plaintively, looking very pitiful. "Pretender." Ling Han sneered and said, "Bewitching Maiden, don't lose your own measure in your joy. If I go all the way with you and just leave without a word, whom would you be making your complaints to?" Bewitching Maiden Ro felt her heart jolt. Facing other men, she was confident that she could twist them around her little finger, and easily play around with them. But Ling Han was different from the rest. It was like his heart was practically forged from iron. If she really slept with him, how could the holy daughter of a mere 3-star force seek justice from the future chairperson of a 4-star force? Seeing Bewitching Maiden Ro was intimidated, Ling Han's heart relaxed. Even he could not help but admit Bewitching Maiden Ro was very captivating, but what could he do when the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden allowed her to follow? "Husband, you are not only capable of attracting trouble yourself, you can also affect others," the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden said smilingly. At this time, Lu Feizhang and Zhu Shuiga had both become truly angered as the battle progressed. Both great prodigies were using all their abilities like two suns at noon. As the Empress watched, her expression was slightly solemn. After a while she said, "These two people are both very strong. If I didn't use any trump cards, I would at most be capable of just fighting them to a tie. Ling Han nodded. Both of them were not just a bit stronger than Zhao Qingfeng. The Empress had not overestimated them, nor was she underplaying her own abilities, but merely stating facts. Furthermore, the Empress had her trump cards, but these two probably had theirs too, right? You should be able to assuredly defeat them, the Empress continued, her tone incredibly certain. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.